Black Mountain Stories presents The World of Vorthalune, Saga 1, House Vaelisar, Volume 1, The First Gate. In the kingdom of Hathrandor, law still binds the realm, though no king sits the shattered throne. 5 duchies hold the pieces of a broken crown. Noble houses keep old grudges alive beneath polished courtesy. Temples witness oaths. Caldrith measures magic. The Inquisitorium watches those who would make power answer without law. And in Aurelith, where old imperial blood still remembers the empire it lost, House Vaelisar prepares its firstborn son for inheritance. His name is Atticus Lucian Vaelisar. He was born to rule his house. Then magic answered him. This is not the story of a chosen king. It is the story of a boy whose lawful future was taken from him, a house too proud to grieve plainly, and a gift that opened a road no inheritance could follow. This is the World of Vorthalune. Saga 1, House Vaelisar, Volume 1, The First Gate.
Chapter 1. The house that remembered itself. The first light of morning came to the Vaelisar estate in gold. It touched the high ridges east of Aurelith, slid down over cypress roads and olive terraces, then caught on the long ribs of the old aqueduct carrying mountain water toward the capital. The arches stood against the dawn like the bones of some obedient giant, one after another, marching across the hills in imperial patience. Below them, the senatorial lands woke slowly. Smoke rose from tenant ovens. Mule bells rang in the groves. Vine rows darkened the earth in clean lines. Farther down the slope, Aurelith lifted itself from the morning haze, marble-crowned, harbor-bright domes and towers taking the sun before the lower streets had earned it. Somewhere within those walls stood Caldrith, where mages turned the world into grammar and called it discipline. Somewhere within those walls, men who had never touched a plow decided which families were ancient and which were merely useful. The Vaelisar villa did not sit inside the city. It watched it. Its walls occupied a shoulder of high land north of the capital, close enough that city bells could be heard on clear mornings, far enough that no city smell reached the private courtyards unless the wind was spiteful. Pale stone ran around gardens, baths, colonnades, and record halls older than several crowned houses in the north. Water moved through the estate in channels cut by dead hands, through bronze mouths, narrow floor rills, courtyard basins, and hidden pipes that made comfort seem less like labor than inheritance. By crown law, the estate was a barony. The royal rolls named its Lord Baron Vaelisar, holder of lands by lawful inheritance under the Duchy of Aurelith and the settlement of Hathrandor. But the household did not say Baron. The servants did not say Baron. The old families who dined in the East Gallery and corrected one another's pronunciation over watered wine did not say Baron unless a law brother was within hearing. Inside these walls, the master of the house was the senator. Memory had not asked crown law for permission. Atticus Lucian Vaelisar had known that before he knew how to read. He had known it from the way his tutors said house, as if the word carried weight enough to bruise a table. He had known it from wax tablets bearing names older than Hathrandor. He had known it from the busts in the atrium, every stone face stern with the same inherited disappointment. He had known it from his father's hand resting on his shoulder before guests, firm enough to remind him that a son could be displayed as proof. He had known it most of all from the villa baths. Common families washed in basins if they were fortunate. Soldiers washed in rain barrels, streams, and whatever cold mercy a campaign road offered. Even many minor nobles made do with tubs carried by servants who cursed quietly when the stairs were steep. House Vaelisar had water that arrived by architecture. It entered through a covered channel from the upper cistern, passed through bronze mouths shaped like laurel leaves, and fell steaming into a private bathing chamber floored in green and white mosaic. 6 columns held the roof above the central pool. Colored glass panels near the ceiling turned morning into amber and sea blue. Heat moved beneath the floor through channels the furnacemen tended before dawn, warming the stone until mist gathered low around the basins. Atticus sat at the edge of the heated pool with his feet in the water and one hand resting on the marble lip. He was 13 years old and trying not to look at the steam. The steam was looking back, not with eyes, nothing so childish as that. It gathered above his fingers in a thin curl and held there, trembling, refusing to break apart in the natural way. For 3 breaths it bent into something almost like a hook, then a line, then 2 crossing threads brightened faintly by the blue glass light. Atticus did not move. A small mark formed in the air above the water, pale as breath on winter glass. It was not a proper rune, he knew that. A proper rune had line, relation, permission, and meaning. A proper rune could be named, placed, measured, corrected. This was only a half-born thing his gift kept making when he lost track of himself. His tutor would have called it an accident. A Caldrith examiner would have called it uncontrolled manifestation. His younger brother Lucan would have called it witch light, then laughed until Atticus hit him with a cushion. His father would not laugh. Atticus closed his hand. The mark broke. Steam loosened back into steam. For a moment the chamber was only what it was supposed to be. Warm marble, quiet water, oil lamps, morning light, the faint smell of soap and cedar. From the outer corridor came the soft footfall of servants moving early through the house, each step controlled by custom. No one in the villa truly hurried unless something had gone badly enough to make manners useless. Atticus drew a slow breath. The water around his ankles answered. A thin ring of heat pulsed outward from his skin, small enough that perhaps it could have been imagined. The surface rippled in a perfect circle, too perfect. He snatched his feet from the pool. Water struck the mosaic in bright drops. "Fool," he whispered. The word sounded large in the chamber. He looked toward the doorway. No one came. He exhaled through his nose and forced himself still. Stillness mattered. Stillness could be mistaken for control by people who were not looking carefully. His father had taught him that during guest dinners, tenant petitions, inheritance readings, and every formal hour in which Atticus had been required to stand beside him, old enough to listen and too young to speak. A Vaelisar did not fidget. A Vaelisar did not gape. A Vaelisar did not ask a question merely because fear had made him impatient. Atticus reached for the linen cloth and dried his feet with more care than necessary. He had nearly finished when someone stopped beyond the cedar privacy screen. "Young lord." Atticus knew the voice. Marius, one of his father's chamber servants, not old but old enough to have learned how not to sound surprised by anything. He had a narrow face, careful hands, and the ability to appear in a corridor exactly when required and vanish the moment he was no longer useful. Atticus drew the linen closer around himself, though the carved screen stood between them. "What is it?" "Your father requires you in the East Record Hall." "Requires." Not wishes, not asks. Requires. Atticus looked at the steam. It behaved itself now, rising in harmless white threads from the pool. "My lesson with Master Pelion is not until 3rd bell." "Your lesson has been delayed." Pelion's lessons did not delay. Pelion considered lateness a moral disease common among lesser bloodlines. He had once continued a lecture on pre-imperial succession law while smoke from a kitchen fire crept beneath the west stair, because no one had formally informed him that the lesson had ended. Delayed by whom? A pause, very small, by the senator's instruction. There it was. The household name, not Baron Vaelisar, the senator. Atticus's mouth went dry. Marius continued, "Clothing has been set out in the warming room. Formal white, blue border, no house chain." No house chain, the words settled between them. Atticus turned toward the screen. "Why no chain?" "I was not told, young lord." A servant's answer, true in shape, useless by design. Atticus stepped into the warming room adjoining the bath chamber, where dry heat lived in the walls and clean linen waited in careful folds. His garments had been laid on a low couch, undertunic white formal tunic with narrow blue border, soft belt, polished sandals, and a light mantle suitable for the inner halls. No chain, no family seal, no little bronze clasp bearing the Vaelisar laurel. The absence sat among the garments like an accusation. He dressed quickly. His fingers betrayed him on the belt knot. He had to loosen it and tie it again. When he emerged, Marius waited with lowered eyes in the corridor. The servant held Atticus's school tablets in one hand and nothing in the other. Atticus had expected the house chain to appear at the last moment, perhaps withheld only to prevent creasing. It did not. Marius bowed. "This way, young lord." "I know the way to the East Record Hall." "Yes, young lord." Marius did not move aside. Atticus looked at him. The servant looked at the floor. In House Vaelisar, sons walked before servants unless the servant carried a message too delicate to leave unmanaged. Atticus felt heat gather in his palm. He closed his hand before it could show. "Lead, then." Marius turned. They walked. The villa unfolded around them in polished memory. They passed the bath corridor, where painted sea gods poured water from urns into obedient rivers. Then the west peristyle, where square columns surrounded a courtyard garden clipped into mathematical patience. Dew shone on laurel leaves. At the center, a fountain fell from a bronze mask of Selwyn, god of measure and ordered magic, whose calm face had judged generations of Vaelisar children for running too close to the basin. Atticus did not run. He walked behind Marius with his shoulders set and his chin level, as if he had chosen this pace. Two household women crossed the far arcade carrying folded cloth. They bowed. One glanced at him and looked away too quickly. Servants knew before sons did. That was one of the house's cruelties. They passed beneath a mosaic arch depicting the submission of Aurelianus after the fall of the old empire. In the official version taught under crown law, the city had bent to Varric Dorn and been preserved by his mercy. In the Vaelisar version, spoken softly in winter rooms and more openly after wine, Aurelianus had survived because even conquerors needed people who knew how to keep a world from sinking into mud. The mosaic favored the Vaelisar version. The Carcinian banners had been rendered in dark stone, crude and angular. The imperial figures stood pale and sorrowful beneath them, dignified even in defeat. At the edge of the scene, a carved senator held a scroll instead of a sword. Atticus had loved that figure when he was younger. His father had once found him staring at it and said, "Remember, Lucian, steel wins the gate. Records decide who owns it afterward." His father called him Lucian when he was pleased, or when he wanted Atticus to remember that he had been given two names for a reason. Marius led him past the family atrium. The ancestors watched from their niches. Lucan had once claimed that the oldest busts turned their eyes when servants lied. Atticus had pretended not to believe him, then avoided the atrium after dark for nearly a month. Now the stone faces seemed less watchful than waiting. Atticus slowed before the central niche. Aulus Vaelisar stood there in white marble, his nose broken and repaired with a faint seam visible only when morning light came from the south windows. Founder of the senatorial line, if the household histories were to be trusted. Collaborator and survivor, if the nastier Thornavale pamphlets were to be believed. Atticus had never known which version was true. In his father's house, truth usually arrived wearing the clothes of usefulness. Beneath the bust, the old inscription read, House Vaelisar Enduresby memory, measure, and law. Marius stopped because Atticus had stopped. Young lord. Atticus did not look away from the marble face. Who is with him? Marius kept his eyes down. The senator waits with Lady Marceline, Master Lucan, Law Brother Cale, and a woman from Caldrith. Atticus turned. You were told not to say that unless I asked twice. Yes, young lord. Then I am asking once. A breath moved through the corridor, not quite a laugh. Not quite fear, Marius bowed lower. I was told to bring you directly. And now you have. Atticus looked back toward the ancestor bust. The repaired nose, the stern brow, the old inscription, memory, measure, and law. His hand tingled. A faint line of pale light crawled over his thumb, then vanished beneath the skin. It had happened twice before in private. Once while arguing with Lucan over a copy of Imperial River Law. Once while falling asleep after a dream he could not remember except for blue circles opening under his feet. This time Marius saw it. The servant's eyes flicked down and up again so quickly that a less frightened boy might have missed it. Atticus made his voice cold. You saw nothing. As you say, young lord. That was when Atticus understood he had already lost the safety of secrecy, not because Marius would betray him. Betrayal was too clumsy a word for what servants did. They carried knowledge where their masters required it and sometimes where survival required it sooner. The house had seen, the house had whispered, the house had lied for him, and now his father had called a law brother in Caldrith. Atticus turned from the bust. Take me. They crossed into the eastern wing. The villa changed there. The western courts belonged to baths, gardens, guests, and the visible grace of old wealth. The eastern wing belonged to records. The floors darkened from pale mosaic to blue slate veined with silver. Behind bronze grills, sealed marriage rolls and tenant ledgers waited in the dry dimness, each one a quiet weapon with a family name on it. The air smelled of cedar oil, old parchment, lamp smoke, and wax warmed just enough to remember fingers. A family could pretend in a garden. It could not pretend in the record hall. At the final door, 2 guards stood in formal house armor, bronze-edged cuirasses, white cloaks, short blades at the hip. Not battlefield men, household dignity with sharpened consequences. Both lowered their eyes when Atticus approached. One opened the door. Marius stepped aside. Atticus entered alone. The East Record Hall was long and high-ceilinged, lit by narrow windows and hanging glass lamps that burned with steady blue-white flame. Not ordinary oil, Caldrith treated likely. Expensive without being ostentatious, which was the preferred Vaelisar method of showing wealth to those trained well enough to recognize it. At the far end of the hall stood his father. Senator Cassian Vaelisar was not a tall man, but he made height seem like something lesser men required. His hair was black touched with iron at the temples. His beard was trimmed close. His formal mantle fell in clean white folds bordered in Vaelisar blue. On his breast rested the house chain Atticus had not been given. Beside him stood Atticus's mother, Lady Marceline, beautiful in the severe way of Aurelith noblewomen who had learned that softness could be displayed without being surrendered. Her hands were folded. Her face gave him nothing. Lucan stood near her. 9 years old, smaller than Atticus, rounder in the cheeks, still young enough to look confused before he remembered not to. He wore formal white too. He wore a small bronze laurel clasp. Atticus saw it and hated himself for seeing it. Near the central table stood a man in gray temple robes marked with the gold scale of Orin. Law Brother Cale, then. Thin, watchful, clean-shaven, with ink stains on 2 fingers and a face made for remembering exactly what had been said. The woman from Caldrith stood apart from all of them. She wore no noble colors. Her robe was dark blue, almost black, cut simply, with narrow silver geometry embroidered along the cuffs. Not decoration, spellform notation. Atticus recognized enough to know he did not understand it. A flat leather case rested on the table before her beside a crystal lens and a slate measuring plate inscribed with circles too fine to have been cut by hand. She looked at Atticus as he entered, not kindly, not cruelly, precisely. His father did not come forward. That hurt more than it should have. Atticus stopped at the proper distance and bowed. Father. Lucian. There was the name, not Atticus. Not my son, Lucian. His mother's mouth tightened almost invisibly. Lucan looked between them, lost and trying not to show it. Senator Vaelisar studied Atticus for a moment. In that silence, the whole house seemed to lean toward the record hall. Servants in corridors, ancestors in stone, water in hidden channels, the capital beyond the hills, Caldrith waiting under its blue roofs, Crown Law sitting somewhere far away with ink-dry hands. "You were seen last night," his father said. Atticus's stomach turned cold. He did not ask by whom, that would be childish. "I woke from a dream," he said. Lawbrother Cale lowered his eyes to the tablet before him and made a mark. The sound of the stylus against wax was tiny. It cut anyway. His father's expression did not change. In the upper gallery. Atticus remembered blue light on the ceiling. "In sleep," he said, the Caldrith woman spoke for the first time. "Sleep does not prevent manifestation, it only removes manners." Lucan made the smallest sound, almost a laugh and almost fear. Their mother touched his shoulder. Silence returned. Atticus looked at the Caldrith woman. "What is your name?" His father's voice sharpened. "You will address her properly." The woman raised one hand slightly. "No harm done. A boy who asks for a name before submitting to examination may be arrogant, but he is not necessarily stupid." Atticus felt heat rise in his face. She inclined her head. "Magistra Elira Ven, examiner of Caldrith, licensed in foundational spellform assessment, early manifestation containment, and inheritance-relevant magical witness." Inheritance-relevant. The words entered the room and stayed there. Atticus looked at his father. Senator Vaelisar held his gaze. "The household has contained rumor as long as it lawfully can." Atticus heard Marius's silence again, saw the servant's eyes flick down toward his hand. His father continued, "There are duties owed to blood. There are duties owed to law. We have reached the place where pretending one protects the other would dishonor both." "Am I accused of something?" His mother closed her eyes for half a heartbeat. His father's answer came softly, "No." That should have comforted him. It did not. Magistra Ven opened her leather case. Inside lay metal rods, chalk sticks, folded paper, and a strip of black cloth marked with silver thread. She removed the crystal lens and set it on the measuring plate. Lawbrother Cale turned his tablet. "Atticus Lucian Vaelisar, firstborn son of House Vaelisar, appears under household summons, paternal authority, temple witness of Orin, and Caldrith examination request." The stylus waited. Atticus looked at Lucan again. The bronze laurel clasp shone on his brother's chest. Lucan looked ashamed without knowing why. Atticus understood then that this was not only about blue light in the upper gallery. It was not only about steam marks in the bath, or heat in his palm, or the dream he could not remember. It was not even only about Caldrith. The record hall did not gather for accidents. It gathered for changes that had to survive denial. His father stepped closer at last, only one pace, enough to seem merciful to anyone watching, not enough to be mercy. "Lucian," he said, "you will answer Magistra Ven plainly. You will not embellish. You will not perform. You will not hide behind cleverness. If a form rises, you will tell us before it completes. If you feel pressure, heat, sound, light, or pain, you will say so. Do you understand?" Atticus wanted to say that of course he understood. He wanted to say he was not a child. He wanted to ask why Lucan wore the clasp. He wanted to ask whether the house chain had been withheld by order, by law, or by cowardice. Instead, he bowed his head. "I understand." The Caldrith examiner watched him. "No," she said, "you do not, but that is why we are beginning." She touched the crystal lens. Blue light woke inside the glass. Atticus felt the hair rise along his arms. Far beneath the record hall, old water moved through old stone, carrying the mountain into the house as if the empire had never fallen. His father looked toward Lawbrother Cale. "Begin the witness." The law brother lifted his stylus. And for the first time in his life, Atticus Lucian Vaelisar felt his father's house measuring whether he still belonged to it. Chapter 2. The First Measurement. Lawbrother Cale lifted his stylus, and the room became smaller. Not in any way stone or architecture would admit. The East Record Hall remained long, high, blue-lit, and coldly beautiful, with its bronze grills and sealed family memory waiting in the walls. The lamps still burned with their steady Caldrith flame. The slate floor still held the morning chill beneath Atticus's sandals. His father still stood one measured pace before him, close enough to command, too far away to comfort. But when the stylus rose, the room narrowed to witness. Atticus felt it. Orin's servants had that talent. They did not need to shout, threaten, or wear swords. They made silence behave as if it had been summoned. The slightest motion of Lawbrother Cale's hand told everyone present that a private family matter was becoming something less private. A word spoken now could be recorded. A hesitation could be marked. A softening could be stripped away later and called by its proper name. Atticus hated him for it. That hatred was unfair. He knew that even as it rose. Lawbrother Cale had not caused the steam to bend above the bathwater. He had not woken the blue light in the upper gallery. He had not placed Lucan in formal white with a bronze laurel clasp on his chest. Still, the stylus waited like a little blade. Magistra Elira then touched the crystal lens again. Blue light moved inside it, slow and folded like a flame drowning underwater. "This is not an admission trial," she said. Her voice was calm enough to be cruel. Atticus kept his face still. A Caldrith admission trial measures aptitude, discipline, early scholarship, and the likelihood that a student may survive being taught. This proceeding is narrower and uglier. His father's eyes shifted, not quite to her. Magistra Ven noticed. She seemed to notice everything. This is a household manifestation inquiry conducted under paternal summons, temple witness, and Caldrith request. Its purpose is to determine whether uncontrolled magical sensitivity has occurred within this house, whether said sensitivity is active, whether it presents danger to the subject or others, and whether immediate formal supervision is required. Lawbrother Cale's stylus moved against wax. The sound entered Atticus's teeth. His mother stood beside Lucan with one hand resting lightly on his shoulder, too lightly. Lady Marceline had hands trained for display. In public they expressed calm, blessing, restraint, welcome, grief, or disapproval according to need. Now her fingers rested on Lucan's shoulder as if she were preventing herself from gripping too hard. Lucan stared at the floor. Atticus wanted him to look up. He also wanted him not to. Magistra Ven looked at Atticus. "Do you understand the nature of the inquiry?" Atticus heard his father's instructions still hanging in the room. "You will not embellish. You will not perform. You will not hide behind cleverness." He chose his answer carefully. "You are here to determine whether I am gifted." "No." The correction struck without volume. Magistra Ven walked to the central table, opened a small brass clasp on her leather case, and removed a folded strip of black cloth marked with silver thread. "We are here because the house already has reason to believe you are gifted. I am here to determine whether your gift is asleep, stirring, reaching, or already answering things it has no training to address." Atticus swallowed. He hoped no one saw it. Magistra Ven did. She placed the black cloth on the measuring slate and smoothed it with 2 fingers. The silver threads stitched into it were not decorative. At first glance they resembled borderwork, a narrow formal pattern of angles, knots, and small circles. But once Atticus looked too long, the lines became uncomfortable. The pattern seemed to know where his eye would move before he moved it. He looked away. "Good," said Magistra Ven. Atticus stiffened. "I did nothing." "You looked away before the pattern could pull your attention into its inner turn. That is not nothing." His father's expression did not change, but Atticus knew him well enough to see the slight tightening at the edge of his mouth. The senator disliked answers that arrived before questions. Magistra Ven glanced toward Lawbrother Cale. "Mark, subject demonstrated instinctive withdrawal from passive relation pattern stimulus." Cale marked it. Atticus felt heat crawl up his neck. Subject, he said. The word escaped too quickly. His father's gaze sharpened. Magistra Ven looked at him as if he had finally become interesting. In this proceeding, yes. I have a name. Several Atticus, Lucian, Vaelisar, young lord, firstborn son, possible heir, possible mage, possible danger. Do not grow sentimental over labels merely because one of them bruised you. Lucan looked up then, only for a heartbeat. Atticus saw pity in his little brother's face and hated that more than the word subject. Magistra Ven lifted a thin metal rod from the case. It was pale, almost white, and etched with marks so fine they looked like scratches until the lamp caught them. She set it beside the black cloth. Tell me what you see. Atticus forced himself to breathe slowly. A measuring rod. That is what it is. I asked what you see. He looked again. The rod lay across the slate. The room's blue-white lamplight touched its surface and slid along it unevenly. Some of the etched marks held the light longer than others. No, not held, gathered. Each small groove seemed to draw brightness into itself, then release it reluctantly. He leaned closer before he realized he had done it. The air above the rod felt tighter than the air around it. Not hot, not cold, intentional. There are channels cut into it, he said. You have eyes, continue. Atticus glanced at his father. Senator Vaelisar gave no help, no comfort either. Atticus looked back at the rod. They are not decorative. The cuts are too shallow to be script, but too regular for damage. They are made to hold relation. Magistra Ven's eyebrow lifted slightly. Relation. He regretted the word as soon as he spoke it. Master Pelion had warned him about using terms too large for a room. Large terms invited correction, but he had read the word in the old primer on Selwynnic measures. Relation was what held one part of a form in meaningful position to another. A line alone was a mark. A line placed in relation became instruction. I mean position, he said. Order. The cuts are arranged so each mark matters because of the marks beside it. Do not retreat from a correct word because you dislike being heard using it. His face burned again. Magistra Ven turned to the law brother. Mark, subject identifies dormant channel geometry without prompting. Cale's stylus moved. Atticus looked at the rod until his vision blurred slightly. Is it dormant? It is. It does not feel dormant. For the first time his father spoke. What does it feel like? Atticus had not expected the question from him. He looked at Senator Vaelisar. The house chain rested on his father's breast, each link clean, each small laurel polished. Atticus had seen that chain every feast day of his life. He had once imagined wearing it. Not as a child imagines a crown, brightly and stupidly, but as a son raised to understand that some objects wait for you before you are old enough to carry them. It feels, Atticus said slowly, as if it is waiting for a hand that knows the rest of the sentence. Magistra Ven went still. The stillness was small. That made it worse. Mark that exactly, she said. Lawbrother Cale repeated as he wrote. The subject reports that the dormant object feels as if it is waiting for a hand that knows the rest of the sentence. Subject again. This time Atticus held his tongue. Magistra Ven removed the rod from the slate and replaced it with the crystal lens. Its blue light dimmed when she set it down, then steadied. We proceed to passive sensitivity. I thought that was what we were doing. That was whether you could notice a page had writing on it. This is whether you can hear someone reading in the next room. Lucan's eyes widened slightly. Atticus almost smiled despite himself. It was a good explanation, too good. Magistra Ven had chosen it for Lucan as much as for him. She placed the crystal lens at the center of the slate, then took up a stick of white chalk. With 3 motions of her wrist, she drew a circle around the lens. With 2 more, she split the circle into unequal arcs. The chalk did not scrape like ordinary chalk, it whispered. The lines appeared faint at first, then settled into clean white geometry. "The lens carries a minimal charge," she said. "The form around it permits pressure but no release. No spell is being cast. No change is being requested. You will place your hand above the outer line and tell me what you notice." Atticus looked at his father. "Do as she says," Senator Vaelisar said. Atticus stepped to the table. The slate waited. He lifted his hand and held it above the chalk circle. At once his palm tingled. He kept his fingers still. The sensation deepened. It was not pain. It was more like standing near a door and hearing someone breathe behind it. The crystal lens sat in the center of the circle, blue light turning within itself. The white chalk arcs seemed harmless. Then one of them pressed against his attention, not physically, but with a kind of quiet insistence. "This side is heavier," he said. Magistra Ven did not look down. She watched his face. "Which side?" "The left arc." "Point without touching." He pointed. "Why that arc?" "It wants to open." The room held its breath. His mother's hand tightened on Lucan's shoulder. Magistra Ven looked at the chalk circle then. "That arc is closed." "I know. And yet, it still wants to open." "Want is a dangerous word for geometry. I do not know a better one. At 13, that is almost respectable." Atticus did not know whether he had been insulted. Probably. Magistra Ven made a small mark in the air with one finger. A thread of blue light followed the motion, curved and faded. She did not speak a rune. She did not mutter. Her hand moved, her mind ordered, and the power answered. The ease of it made Atticus feel clumsy before he had even tried. The crystal lens brightened. "Close your eyes," she said. Atticus obeyed. Darkness made everything worse. He could hear the record hall more clearly, the little breath in Lucan's nose, the scratch of Cale's stylus, the faint shift of his father's mantle, the glass lamps burning without flame sound. Beneath it all lay the deeper noise of the villa, too low for ordinary hearing. Water moving through old channels, stone remembering heat. Pipes carrying pressure through walls older than the law that now named them barons. "Point to the strongest active working in the room," Magistra Ven said. Atticus kept his eyes closed. At first he felt the crystal lens before him. It was near, bright, and deliberate, an obvious answer, too obvious. Behind it he felt the lamps. Each one was a contained point, clean and steady. The silver on Magistra Ven's cuffs held quiet structure but not active working. The Law Brothers' tablet had temple wax on it, more legal than magical, though the seal mark carried a stern little pressure of its own. Then something knocked beneath his feet. Not a sound, a recognition. Atticus turned his hand downward. He pointed at the floor. No one spoke. The silence changed shape. Atticus opened his eyes. Magistra Ven was staring at him, not precisely, not kindly. For the first time, something in her expression had lost its certainty. "What did you feel?" she asked. Atticus lowered his hand. "The water channels." His father looked sharply toward the floor, as if old stone might answer for itself. Magistra Ven's voice remained even. "There are many water channels in this house. Not the household pipes, beneath this hall. Older, deeper. They carry heat from the furnace line, but that is not all. There is a regulating form in the stone. It opens and closes pressure before the floor warms too quickly." Lady Marceline's eyes moved to her husband. Senator Vaelisar did not return the glance. Atticus wished suddenly that he had said less. Magistra Ven asked, "Who taught you that?" "No one." "Have you seen the maintenance plans for this wing?" "No." "Has your father shown you the furnace tablets?" His father answered, "He has not." Magistra Ven looked back at Atticus. "Then why do you believe this?" He searched for a noble answer, a clean answer, something with enough dignity to survive the wax tablet. "Because the floor told me sounded mad. Because it knocked inside my bones sounded worse." He chose the nearest truth. because the working knows the difference between heat and pressure. Magistra Ven's gaze sharpened. There, he had said too much again. The law brother wrote. Senator Vaelisar took one step toward the table. Magistra. She lifted a hand without looking at him. He stopped. Atticus had never seen anyone stop his father with a hand, not like that. Magistra Ven went to one knee on the slate floor. She placed 2 fingers against the stone and closed her eyes. The room waited. The blue-white lamps continued burning. Far below, old water moved. When Magistra Ven opened her eyes again, she stood more slowly. This wing contains old imperial environmental geometry, she said. His father's face remained controlled. This house is old. So are many houses. Most do not keep a concealed pressure governor beneath the record hall. It is lawful infrastructure. I did not say otherwise. You implied concern. I observed one. The air between them cooled. Lawbrother Cale looked up from his tablet. For Orin's witness, Magistra, I need the nearest lawful name. Passive sensitivity, active sensitivity, or early manifestation. Magistra Ven glanced at him. Not in itself, not today. Cale held his stylus still. I was asking the boy's condition, not the house's stones. For the first time, Magistra Ven gave him something close to approval. Then write that the inquiry must continue before classification. Cale marked it, not today. Atticus heard the phrase and knew everyone else had heard it too. His father's voice lowered. This inquiry concerns my son. It now also concerns what your son can perceive. He is sensitive then. The word came smoothly, too smoothly. Atticus knew that tone. It was the tone his father used in arbitration when a dangerous matter could be made smaller by naming it first. Magistra Ven did not allow it. Sensitivity is the door, Senator. Your son has already put his hand on the latch. His mother's face changed then, only a little. Enough. Lucan looked at Atticus again, and this time the pity was gone. There was fear there now, not fear of Atticus, fear for him. That was worse. Lawbrother Cale spoke carefully. For the witness record, Magistra, I will need a final lawful name before this inquiry closes. Magistra Ven looked at Atticus. He felt suddenly as if she could see the steam above the bathwater, the blue light in the upper gallery, the heat in his palm, the dream of circles under his feet. Then we had better finish making one, she said. Atticus almost liked her for that. Then she ruined it by saying, place both hands on the edge of the table. He did. The table was cold. Magistra Ven drew a new form on the slate, this one smaller and tighter, a circle. A triangle nested inside it. 3 short lines along one side angled toward the crystal lens. Heat, boundary, controlled permission. He knew that much, not enough to cast it. Enough to know what kind of danger it was pretending not to be. This is a controlled thermal stimulus, she said. It is not flame, it is not combustion, it is not a weapon. It is a measurement of response to structured heat within a contained form. You will not touch it, you will not feed it, you will not answer it. I do not know how to answer it. Your ignorance has not prevented you so far. That cut cleanly enough that Atticus almost smiled. A nervous smile. He killed it before his father saw. Magistra Ven placed one finger near the circle and breathed once through her nose. The form woke. Blue-white lines lifted from the chalk and stood a finger's width above the slate. The crystal lens brightened at the center. Heat gathered, small and precise, like a candle flame taught manners. Atticus watched despite himself. It was beautiful. That was the first danger. The form had no wasted motion. The circle held the boundary. The inner triangle stabilized relation. The angled lines guided pressure away from the lens and back through the outer ring. Nothing smoked. Nothing flared, nothing begged attention. It simply existed with more discipline than anything Atticus had ever made by accident. He wanted to understand it. The moment he wanted, the form turned toward him, not visibly at first. He felt it before the others saw it. The left side of the circle tightened, the angled lines brightened, heat gathered against the boundary as if leaning. Magistra Ven's hand snapped out. "Do not." "I am not doing anything." "Then stop doing nothing so loudly." The line was absurd. Lucan made a small choking sound and covered it badly. Atticus's temper cracked. "I am standing here with my hands on a table while everyone discusses me as if I am a broken lamp. I am not feeding your spell." The thermal form brightened. The silver geometry on Magistra Ven's cuffs answered with a brief glimmer. She looked at his hands. Atticus looked too. Pale light had gathered beneath his right palm, not in a rune, not in a proper form, but in searching threads that reached toward the slate. His fingers had not moved, his mind had not ordered anything, but something inside him had heard the thermal stimulus and tried to complete what it did not understand. His anger vanished. Fear took the space it left. Magistra Ven moved. Her hand struck the air between Atticus and the slate. Not him, not the table, the air. A hard blue line flashed into being. The thermal form collapsed inward with a sharp crack. Pain lanced through Atticus's palm. He jerked back. His father moved at the same time, so did his mother. Neither reached him first. Magistra Ven caught Atticus's wrist and turned his hand palm up. Her grip was firm, professional, and utterly unconcerned with whether he disliked it. The skin at the center of his palm had reddened in a thin, branching shape, like a burn made by lightning too small to be worthy of a storm. "What did you feel?" she asked. Atticus stared at the mark. "What did you feel?" she repeated. "Heat." "Before the heat." He forced breath into his lungs. "Pull." "From the form." "Yes." "Toward you or from you?" He thought of the thermal lines brightening, the boundary leaning, the strange desire to understand, the searching threads under his skin. Both. Magistra Ven's jaw tightened. She released his wrist. Lady Marceline reached him then, not fully. She came close enough to see his palm, then stopped as if an invisible line had been drawn between mother and son. "Is he hurt?" she asked. "A little," Magistra Ven said. His father's voice was colder. "You struck him." I interrupted an uncontrolled, sympathetic response before it taught itself a habit. "He is 13. That is why I used the small line." The answer landed with dreadful calm. Atticus closed his burned hand. Magistra Ven saw and said, "Leave it open." He obeyed. He hated that too. Lawbrother Cale's stylus did not move. For once he seemed to be waiting for the proper words before trapping them in wax. "Magistra," he said, "how should Oren's witness characterize the response?" She did not answer immediately. The record hall seemed too quiet. Beneath the floor, the hidden water channels knocked once. This time everyone heard it. Lucan flinched. Atticus did not mean to move. He only turned his head toward the sound. The old geometry beneath the record hall answered him. The floor lines did not glow. There were no visible runes. The villa was too old and too disciplined for vulgar display, but pressure shifted through the stone. The lamps trembled. The blue light in the crystal lens thinned, then pulled toward Atticus like breath drawn through teeth. Magistra Ven seized the measuring plate and twisted it half a turn. The hidden pressure vanished. So did the light under Atticus's skin. For 3 heartbeats, no one spoke. Then Lawbrother Cale set his stylus down, not in surrender, in caution. Magistra Ven looked toward Senator Vaelisar. The boy is magically sensitive. Atticus hated the relief that almost moved through his father's face. Magistra Ven did not let it live. He is also actively responsive to structured spellform pressure. He perceived dormant channel geometry, identified concealed old imperial environmental work, and entered sympathetic response with a controlled thermal form despite no formal casting instruction. His father said nothing. The magistra continued, each word exact. "He is not safely self-contained." The phrase moved through the room like cold water. Lady Marceline drew in a breath through her nose. Lucan's hand crept toward the bronze laurel clasp at his chest. He touched it with 2 fingers. Atticus saw him. Their mother saw him too. Her hand closed gently over his and lowered it back to his side. Not here, that gesture said. Not now, perhaps not ever. Atticus looked away. Magistra Ven began putting tools back into her case, but she left the crystal lens on the table. Atticus Lucian Vaelisar requires immediate containment instruction. He should not sleep unobserved in chambers with old workings. He should not be placed near active spellforms without supervision. He should not continue ordinary noble-heir training as if discipline in law, rhetoric, and household command will answer etheric response. "My son has had the finest tutors in Aurelith," his father said. "I am sure they have made him insufferable in several useful ways." Lucan's mouth twitched. This time no one corrected him. Magistra Ven closed one clasp on the leather case. But tutors cannot polite a manifestation into obedience. He needs Caldrith. Atticus felt the room tilt slightly. Caldrith. He had known the word would come. It had been standing in the room since he entered, wearing dark blue robes and silver geometry. Still, hearing it named changed the air. Caldrith was not punishment. That was what every Aurelith noble family said when they sent a gifted child away. Caldrith was honor. Caldrith was refinement. Caldrith was Selwyn's measure made institutional. Caldrith was where the Empire's surviving grammar of magic had been gathered, disciplined, corrected, and preserved under Hathrandor's suspicious peace. Caldrith was also where families sent children they could no longer safely keep. His father's voice remained controlled. "Under what status?" "Preliminary containment candidate. Formal evaluation pending." "That is not admission. Admission is a separate gate. Nor certification. Certification is years away if he survives instruction." The room tightened around that word. If Senator Vaelisar did not blink, nor legal proof of mature magical capacity. Magistra Ven's expression cooled. "Legal proof is Brother Kale's trade, Senator. I am telling you what your son did in front of me." Law Brother Kale marked something without looking up. His father heard the trap anyway. "If this is not legal proof, then it is a professional opinion. It is a professional finding. Findings may be disputed. So may funerals by sufficiently stubborn families." Lady Marceline's eyes flashed. Magistra Ven did not apologize. Atticus realized then that she was not being cruel for pleasure. She was forcing his father to stop building little legal rooms around a thing that would not stay inside one. Law Brother Kale picked up the thread before the silence became too sharp. "For the record, does the finding create a reportable condition under Caldrith supervisory custom?" "Yes." "Under magical law." Magistra Ven hesitated. The hesitation was not uncertainty. It was precision choosing the least dangerous path. Not as a crime, not as a completed act, as a condition requiring notice if the household refuses supervision. The law brother marked it. His father heard the trap. "If the household refuses," he repeated. "Yes. House Vaelisar has not refused." "Then do not begin." The room chilled again. Atticus looked between them and understood something he had not understood before. His father was not powerless here, but neither was he lord of everything the room contained. A Caldrith examiner could not command House Vaelisar as if it were a classroom. A law brother could not seize a son on suspicion. But his father could not turn blue light in the upper gallery into family gossip and bury it beneath cedar wax. Power had entered the room divided. That made it more dangerous, not less. Law Brother Kale wrote for a while. The wax tablet received terms Atticus did not want attached to him. Magically sensitive, actively responsive, not self-contained, Caldrith supervision, household notice. Paternal acknowledgement pending. That last one struck him. Pending, Atticus said. The law brother looked up. His father did not. Magistra Ven watched him with those precise eyes. Atticus stepped back from the table. His palms still burned. What is pending? No one answered quickly enough. He laughed once. It sounded nothing like amusement. I am standing here. I have answered every question. I have let her burn my hand. I have listened to you call me subject, condition, candidate, and response. What is pending? His mother spoke softly. Atticus. Not Lucian, Atticus. That almost undid him. He looked at her, and the restraint he had carried from the bath chamber to the record hall cracked through the center. No, he said, but the word came out low, not shouted. If I am old enough to be witnessed, I am old enough to hear what is being witnessed. The blue-white lamps dimmed, only a little, everyone noticed. Magistra Ven's hand moved toward the measuring plate. Atticus saw it and hated himself for making her need to. His father stepped forward. Enough. That word had ended tenants' arguments, tutors' complaints, Lucan's foolishness, servants' mistakes, dinner-table disputes that had wandered too close to politics. It had the weight of House Vaelisar behind it. For the first time in Atticus's life, the word did not end him. The air around his right hand tightened. He did not raise it. He did not draw. He did not speak. But a form began anyway. Pale lines appeared around his fingers, searching for geometry. One curved upward, another crossed it. A third tried to close a boundary and failed, trembling in the air like a thought too frightened to become speech. The shape was not fire. It was not heat, not exactly. It was relation, boundary, a question asking where Atticus ended and the room began. The hidden water channels beneath the hall knocked again. This time the sound rolled down the floor like a distant door closing. Lucan whispered, Atticus. The half-form turned toward his voice. Magistra Ven moved faster than thought. She struck Atticus hard in the chest with 2 fingers, not a blow of strength, a blow of structure. Blue light flashed between them. Atticus lost the floor. For one impossible instant he felt every line in the record hall, the slate seams, the water channels, the lamp housings, the silver on her cuffs, the wax seal on Kale's tablet, the bronze clasp on Lucan's chest, the house chain against his father's heart. All of it had relation. All of it had position. All of it belonged to itself. Then Magistra Ven's interrupting form cut through his half-born geometry and slammed it shut. Atticus hit his knees. The pain came after. It was not only in his chest. It rang through his teeth, his fingertips, the back of his eyes. His stomach heaved once. The room swayed. For a breath, he could not remember whether he had fallen forward or the hall had risen to meet him. His father caught his shoulder. At last. The hand was hard. It was also there. Atticus almost leaned into it. He stopped himself. Magistra Ven crouched before him, one hand hovering near his face but not touching. Look at me. He tried, her face doubled then settled. What is your name? The question frightened him more than the pain. Atticus Lucian Vaelisar. Your age? 13. Where are you? The East Record Hall. Whose house? He almost said mine. His father's hand tightened once on his shoulder. Atticus tasted bitterness. House Vaelisar. Magistra Ven held his gaze a moment longer, then stood. He remains oriented. That was your small line? His father asked. No. The answer was very quiet. No one liked it. Lawbrother Cale had gone pale. Lady Marceline had drawn Lucan behind her. Not far, only half a step, enough for Atticus to see it and remember it. Magistra Ven turned to Senator Vaelisar. The finding is no longer preliminary in the practical sense. His father's face was unreadable. Speak plainly. I will speak accurately. Magistra. She took the warning and ignored it. Your son is magically sensitive. He is actively responsive. He is capable of entering uncontrolled relation with existing spellform structures in his environment. Under emotional pressure, he began generating boundary relation geometry without hand movement, spoken focus, or formal instruction. Lawbrother Cale wrote more slowly now. Magistra Ven looked down at Atticus. He is not powerful. For one foolish instant that hurt. Then she added, not yet, that is not the comfort you think it is. Atticus lowered his eyes. His father's hand left his shoulder. The place where it had rested felt colder than the rest of him. Senator Vaelisar turned toward Lawbrother Cale. Senator Vaelisar turned toward Lawbrother Cale. If this finding is entered under temple witness, how long may the heir record remain unamended? The room did not breathe. Atticus heard Lucan shift behind their mother. The bronze clasp gave the smallest sound against cloth. Lawbrother Cale looked at the wax tablet before him. He did not answer quickly. That was when Atticus understood the question was not whether the law had found him. It was whether the house could still decide when to open the door. Magistra Ven began closing her leather case. Lady Marceline's hand rested on Lucan's shoulder again. Atticus stayed on his knees because standing too soon would make him sway, and he would rather die than sway in front of all of them. His father waited. The law brother set his stylus down with terrible care. Not long, my Lord Senator. Chapter 3. The Lawful Theft. It touches everything, my Lord Senator. Lawbrother Cale's words did not echo. The East Record Hall was too full of wax, cedar, stone, and old paper for echoes. Sound entered that chamber and was made useful or dead, yet the sentence seemed to travel anyway. It moved along the sealed shelves. It passed beneath the bronze grills. It touched the family records waiting in their ordered darkness, then returned to Atticus on his knees, carrying more weight than it had owned when it left the law brother's mouth. Everything. His burned palm throbbed. His chest ached where Magistra Ven had struck him with 2 fingers and a line of blue structure sharp enough to take the floor from under him. His mouth tasted faintly of metal. The lamps above still burned in their steady Caldrith blue-white, but he no longer trusted their calm. He no longer trusted anything calm. His father stood very still. Senator Cassian Vaelisar had spent his life making stillness into a weapon. Men who shouted gave away the shape of their fear. Men who fidgeted confessed that some part of themselves had already fled. His father did neither. He simply stood near the central table with the house chain on his breast and the full discipline of old Aurelith gathered around his face. But Atticus was his son. He saw the wound land. Lady Marceline's fingers tightened on Lucan's shoulder. Lucan did not make a sound. He had gone quiet in the way children go quiet when they understand enough to be afraid but not enough to know where the danger ends. The bronze laurel clasp on his chest seemed too bright for him, too heavy. A small piece of metal made suddenly cruel by witness. Magistra Ven closed the final clasp on her leather case. The sound was soft. Senator Vaelisar looked at Lawbrother Cale. Define everything. It was not a request. Cale did not answer quickly. That was one of the reasons men hated law brothers. A steward might hurry to please. A tenant might hurry from fear. A soldier might hurry from command. A law brother of Orin did not hurry where the record had to survive him. He looked down at the wax tablet, then at Magistra Ven. Is the finding final enough for legal language? Magistra Ven's dark eyes moved once toward Atticus. He was still on his knees. He hated that. He hated that she noticed him hating it. For a complete Caldrith classification, no. For household notice, immediate supervision, and heir record concern, yes. Concern, Senator Vaelisar said. Magistra Ven glanced at him. I chose the word generously. Lawbrother Cale set the tablet on the table and drew a breath. Then for Orin's witness, I state the matter as follows. Magical sensitivity has been witnessed in Atticus Lucian Vaelisar, firstborn heir designate of House Vaelisar. The finding includes active response to structured spellform pressure, perception of concealed old imperial environmental geometry, and uncontrolled boundary relation manifestation under emotional strain. Atticus looked at the floor. He knew what he had done. He did not need to hear himself turned into a tablet. Cale continued. Under Crown law, a noble house may not maintain a knowingly false heir record once disqualifying magical condition has been witnessed before lawful authority. The finding does not strip blood. It does not strip nobility. It does not declare criminality. It does, however, require amendment of legal expectation. His father's eyes narrowed. Expectation is a soft word. It is softer than the next one, my Lord Senator. Use the next one. Cale looked at him directly. Succession. Atticus felt the word in his ribs. His father's face did not move. How long? Cale folded his hands before him. 2 fingers still bore ink stains. Atticus noticed them because noticing small things was easier than hearing large ones. The law permits amendment within 1 year of witnessed finding when the subject is a minor, when no criminal magical act has occurred, and when the house consents to supervision. The house consents. Then the year may stand. Magistra Ven turned slightly. It should not. His father did not look at her. Cale's voice remained even. I agree with the magistra. That made Senator Vaelisar look at him. Do you? I do. On what ground? On the ground that delay will look like concealment to men who profit by suspecting it. That was the first truly human thing Lawbrother Cale had said. Not kind, useful. His father's jaw tightened once. Cale continued. My recommendation is amendment within the season. Sooner, if House Vaelisar wishes the record to appear obedient rather than cornered. The Inquisitorium, Lady Marceline said. She spoke the word quietly and it made the room less warm. Cale bowed his head. They are not summoned by this finding. Not now, not if the house complies. But if a firstborn heir designate with witnessed active magical response remains publicly named as future head while Caldrith supervision is delayed, questions will come. Magistra Ven said, questions from the Inquisitorium rarely arrive alone. Lucan moved behind his mother, only a little. Atticus saw it anyway. He had heard the word Inquisitorium before. Every noble child had. It lived in lessons, warnings, old scandals, temple stories, and the lowered voices of adults discussing families that had become examples. The Inquisitorium did not chase every gifted child. It did not need to. Its shadow did some of its labor for it. Forbidden magic, unlawful rule, hidden spellwork, sealed knowledge, necromancy, mind-binding, oath-breaking by artifice, chaos-touch studies. These were the things Atticus had heard attached to that name. Now that same shadow had entered his father's record hall because his hand had made pale lines in the air. Senator Vaelisar looked toward Magistra Ven. What precisely will Caldrith require? Immediate containment instruction, a preliminary intake, supervised sleep for the first interval if manifestations continue, removal from active old workings until he can distinguish perception from response. Foundational discipline before any ornamental theory. He reads too much. Atticus looked up despite himself. Magistra Ven did not soften. Reading is not the sin, mistaking words for mastery is. His father said, he has been educated as heir. Then he has been trained to command other people before being trained to command himself. That will now become a problem. Atticus expected his father to rebuke her. He did not. That silence hurt in a way rebuke would not have. Lawbrother Cale took up his stylus again. I will prepare a witness copy for the house, a temple copy under Oran's seal, and a notice of provisional magical finding. If House Vaelisar submits amendment of heir record promptly and places Atticus Lucian Vaelisar under Caldrith supervision, the matter remains orderly. Orderly, Atticus said. The word came out before he meant it to. Every adult looked at him. He forced himself to stand. His knees disliked the decision, so did his stomach. The record hall swayed once, then steadied because he refused to give it permission to do otherwise. "Forgive me," he said, though he meant none of it. "I am trying to understand which word in this room is supposed to comfort me." His mother's face changed, his father's did not. Magistra Ven watched him as if she were measuring whether sarcasm counted as recovery. Lawbrother Cale set the stylus down. "No word in this room is meant to comfort you, young lord. That would make poor witness. The law can protect a man, punish a man, bind a man, name a man, strip a man, or preserve what others would rather forget. Comfort is not its office." Atticus had no answer to that. He hated him less for saying it plainly. His father said enough. This time the word ended the public room. Senator Vaelisar turned to Magistra Ven. "You have what you require. For today, send your written requirements by evening bell. They will be answered. They will be obeyed." His father's eyes cooled. "They will be answered." Magistra Ven gave the smallest inclination of her head, acknowledging the difference and the danger inside it. "Then I will expect them by evening bell." She looked to Atticus. "You should not be left alone near active workings until you have been instructed in basic refusal." Refusal. It is the first mercy a gifted child learns. The world will offer itself badly. You must learn not to answer everything that reaches for you. That landed deeper than he wanted it to. Magistra Ven lifted her leather case. She did not bow to him. She did not bow to his father either. She gave Lawbrother Cale a nod professional enough to be almost respectful, then walked toward the doors. Cale gathered his tablet and writing case. Before he followed, he turned to Senator Vaelisar. "My Lord Senator." His father waited. "I would not spend the year." "No," Senator Vaelisar said, "you would not." There was something under that answer. Old irritation, old respect perhaps, or merely the acknowledgement that a man did not have to be welcome to be correct. Cale bowed. Then he left. The doors closed behind Law and Caldrith. The room did not become easier. It became private. That was worse. Lady Marceline's hand moved from Lucan's shoulder to the bronze clasp on his chest. She covered it for a moment as if hiding it could undo the mourning. "Lucan," she said softly, "go with Marius." Lucan looked at Atticus. No one else in the room moved. "I can stay," Lucan said. His voice was small but not weak. Their father turned his head. Lucan swallowed. He had courage enough to regret speaking and not enough to stand by it. Lady Marceline touched his cheek. "Not now." "I did not ask for the clasp," Lucan said. The words were barely above breath. Atticus looked away. That was the worst kindness his brother could have offered. Senator Vaelisar said, "No one said you did." Lucan's eyes shone. He blinked hard, furious with his own face. Lady Marceline guided him toward the door. She paused near Atticus. For one breath he thought she might touch him. She did not. She looked at his burned palm, then at his face. "Do not close your hand too tightly," she said. A mother's sentence forced into the shape of instruction. Then she left with Lucan. The doors closed again. Atticus and his father remained in the record hall. The house chain rested on Senator Vaelisar's breast. The central table stood between them, bearing the slate measuring plate, the fading chalk forms, and the faint smell of hot stone where magic had been broken open and shut. The blue lamps burned calmly above. Beneath the floor, the old water channels had gone quiet. For a while, his father said nothing. Atticus hated the silence enough to break it. "Am I still your heir?" The question was crude. He knew it as soon as it left his mouth. Master Pelion would have flinched at the bluntness. A trained heir did not ask for the blade by name when the cloth over it was still being admired. His father did not flinch. "No." Atticus thought he was ready for the answer. He was not. The record hall held him upright because his pride could not. His father continued, "Not in law." That correction arrived too late to save the first wound. Atticus looked at the ancestral shelves, the bronze grills, the sealed records. Somewhere in those walls were the documents that had named him firstborn issue, heir designate, future holder of the barony under crown law, future senator inside the house's older tongue. He imagined some clerk scraping wax, copying lines, changing one name's place beneath another. Lucan above him. Atticus elsewhere. That is quickly said, Atticus answered. It has been feared longer than it has been said. The word stopped him. His father moved at last, not toward Atticus, toward the table. He rested both hands on its edge, staring down at the slate where the chalk circle had burned itself thin. You think this morning began when Marius came for you? It did for me. No, it began when servants saw light under your chamber door. It began when your tutor reported that you named 3 relation principles he had not taught you. It began when your mother found a cup cracked in your hand without pressure. It began when I hoped each account was error, exaggeration, or household fear. Atticus felt anger rise. You knew. I suspected. And said nothing. I did what fathers in our house have done for generations. I waited until waiting became more dangerous than truth. That is not an answer. It is the only honest one. Atticus laughed once quietly. Honest. His father looked up then. The force of that look struck harder than anger. Take care, Lucian. There was the name again. Lucian, the name of inheritance, lineage, formal hope. Atticus almost told him not to use it. He did not have the strength. His father straightened. You are thinking like a wounded boy. I am a wounded boy. Yes. The answer was so plain it took Atticus's breath. Senator Vaelisar looked at his burned palm. You are, and because you are wounded, you are reaching for the nearest insult large enough to hold your pain. Outcast, embarrassment, discarded son, I know the shape of it. I will not let you mistake it for truth. Atticus's throat tightened. He hated that too. If I am not heir, what am I? His father's expression shifted, not softer, older, to crown law. A noble son of House Vaelisar, magically found, succession barred from household headship, requiring Caldrith supervision. Atticus looked away. To this house, his father said, and the words sharpened, you are Vaelisar. The name filled the hall, not loudly, completely. Atticus did not answer. His father began walking down the length of the table, slow, controlled, the movement of a man bringing an argument from public shape into private blood. You have been taught the approved history. I have been taught several histories. Approved ones, his father said, even the rude ones, even the so-called critical ones. Versions permitted, because they still leave the bones of the conquest untouched. Atticus frowned. His father looked toward the mosaic doors, though the submission of Aurelianus lay beyond them, not inside the record hall. The rupture broke the old world, that is true. The empire died or nearly died, that is also true. But what crawled out afterward and called itself order was not a miracle, it was conquest. Atticus heard something in his father's voice he rarely heard. Heat, not magical heat, old hatred. The Carcinians and their allies found cities wounded, roads broken, houses divided, mage lines spent from holding back the dark they later pretended to have defeated alone. They were soldiers in a graveyard, and because they found the dead wearing crowns, they named themselves heirs. Atticus had heard versions of this after wine, never this bare. His father continued. They saw what the old mage lines had been. They saw what men and women with trained gifts could do when they were not bent beneath provincial fear. They saw cities raised by geometry, roads held through impossible weather, water commanded through stone, sickness checked by art, law written with enough memory to shame a sword. And they were afraid. Atticus listened despite himself. Fear became doctrine, doctrine became seal, seal became crown law. No mage may rule, no mage may govern, no mage may sit over men in any meaningful way. They called it prudence. They called it protection. They called it the lesson of the rupture. His father's mouth hardened. It was barbarism dressed in law. The lamps burned steadily. Atticus thought of law-brother Cale's stylus, of Magistra Ven's precise eyes, of the word subject, of Lucan's clasp. He said, Orin's temple enforces it. Orin's temple preserves law. It does not make every law wise. That sounds convenient. It is true, truth is often convenient to someone. That does not make it false. Atticus looked at him. For a moment they faced each other not as father and son, but as two Vaelisar minds meeting across a dangerous table. His father nodded once, as if Atticus had passed some small test he had not known he was taking. You are angry. Good. Anger is not useless if you make it stand still long enough to be examined. I do not want a lesson. You need several. Atticus almost smiled. Almost. His father turned toward the central niche where, beyond the hall doors and corridors, Aulus Vaelisar's marble face watched the house remember itself. You know your uncle as a portrait and a death date. Uncle Septimus. Septimus Aurelian Vaelisar, my elder brother. Atticus knew the name, of course. The portrait hung in the north gallery, a young man with dark hair, long fingers, and eyes that seemed amused by the painter's attempt to make him solemn. He had died before Atticus was born, fever the household history said, or riding accident according to a servant rumor Lucan once repeated and was punished for. He was meant to inherit, his father said. Atticus went still. He was firstborn, brilliant, arrogant, charming when he wished to be and unbearable when he did not. My father adored him and pretended not to. The tenants feared him before he was 12 because he remembered every name and every unpaid measure. He would have been a better head of house than I am. Atticus had never heard his father say, any man would have been better at anything. The admission made the room feel unsafe. What happened? What happened to you? Atticus stared at him. His father's eyes did not leave his. His gift was found, not in a record hall, not neatly. He was older than you, 14. There was a storm over the south vineyards. Lightning struck the old cypress walk, and Septimus answered it before anyone knew what he was doing. 3 trees split. No one died. That was the mercy. The law did not care about mercy. Atticus forgot his palm. The heir record was amended. Within 8 days. 8. My father tried to delay. The Inquisitorium sent a courteous letter. Atticus understood then why Cale's warning had cut so cleanly. His father had heard it before. What happened to him? To Septimus. Atticus nodded. He went to Caldrith. And then? His father looked toward the sealed shelves. And then he became what the law had tried to prevent him from being. A mage. A Vaelisar mage. The distinction mattered to him. Atticus could hear it. Power without headship, his father said. Influence without seal. Counsel without office. Work without public credit when credit would have frightened lesser men. He studied old imperial geometry, weather binding, structural wards. Half the South Aqueduct repairs attributed to ducal engineers were his corrections. 3 harvest failures were softened because he knew how to move heat through stone and water without drawing eyes. When the Aurelianus fever came, he helped Caldrith hold the quarantine wards for 16 days. Atticus looked down at his burned hand. The histories say he died of fever. He died after the fever. That is not the same. No. His father did not elaborate. For once, Atticus did not press. The silence between them changed, not softened. Deepened, his father said, I inherited because my brother was forbidden. Do you understand me? The chain came to me because crown law stole it from him. Every feast day I wore what should have been his. Every petition I heard, every seal I pressed, every tenant who bowed, every guest who called me senator, all of it stood on the same wound that opened under you this morning." Atticus wanted to be angry at him. He still was. But anger had to move around that confession, and it did not know how. "Then why did you let me think it would be mine?" His father's face tightened. "Because until this morning, it could have been. You suspected. I feared. Fear is not finding. That is a legal answer. It is a father's answer forced to survive law." Atticus turned away. He walked a few paces down the hall, past the central table, past the fading chalk, toward the wall of records. He could feel the shelves now faintly, not as magic exactly, as pressure. Marriage bonds and land grants did not glow. They did not hum, but they held relation, name to name, field to measure, dowry to condition, road to obligation, brother to brother, son to father. Everything in this house knew where it belonged. Everything except him. "So what am I to be?" he asked. His voice sounded younger than he wanted. His father waited. Atticus turned back. "Am I to be the outcast son of House Vaelisar, the gifted embarrassment kept in a side chamber while Lucan wears the chain? Will guests lower their voices when I enter? Will servants be told I am honored while making sure I do not stand too close to anything valuable?" "Enough." The word cracked through the hall. This time it did not end Atticus. It ended his father's restraint. Senator Vaelisar crossed the distance between them with a speed that made his mantle shift hard against his legs. He stopped close enough that Atticus had to look up. "No," his father said, one word, not cold, furious. "You will not make yourself small in my hearing because crown law is crude." Atticus's breath caught. "You will not rehearse humiliation and mistake it for foresight. You will not call yourself an embarrassment because frightened men wrote cowardice into inheritance. You will not insult your blood in order to wound me first. I was not trying to wound you. Do not lie badly, it wastes both our time." Atticus shut his mouth. His father's anger did not leave, it changed direction. "You will go to Caldrith. You will learn refusal before power, discipline before display, structure before appetite. You will hone what woke in you today until it either obeys you or destroys every childish vanity that prevents obedience." The words struck hard. They also steadied something. Lucan will inherit the house because the law requires a harmless hand to hold the chain. Do not call him harmless. I did not say worthless. He is my brother. He is your brother, and he will need you more than he can understand today. Atticus looked toward the door through which Lucan had gone. His father continued, lower now. "Officially, you will be freed from the obligations attached to the heir. You will not be bound to tenant court, succession preparation, household arbitration, marriage strategy, border petitions, or the daily machinery of lawful headship. You will remain noble. You will remain Vaelisar. You will benefit from this house's lands, tutors, money, libraries, name, and protection." The list should have comforted him. It did not. His father saw that. "You think freedom is another word for exile because you are 13 and have only ever imagined power wearing one chain." Atticus looked at the chain on his father's breast. It gleamed in the lamplight. His father noticed. Slowly he unfastened it. The movement was careful, ceremonial, terrible. Link by link the house chain came away from his mantle. The little laurel pieces whispered against one another. He held it for a moment in both hands. Then he placed it on the table between them. The sound was not loud. Atticus felt it in his stomach. His father rested his fingers on the chain but did not push it toward him. "This is what Lucan may hold." Atticus stared at the chain. His father lifted his hand from it. "You will become what the law is too frightened to name." The lamps trembled faintly. Atticus did not know whether he had caused it. Neither did his father, perhaps. Neither of them looked away. "You speak as if this is a gift," Atticus said. "I speak as if it is not only a theft." "It feels like theft." It is. The honesty landed without mercy. His father said, "A life has been taken from you. Do not dishonor the life remaining by pretending it must be lesser." Atticus's burned palm pulsed. He opened his hand because Magistra Ven had told him not to close it too tightly. The red branching mark across his skin had darkened slightly. It looked like a tiny map of lightning. "My brother takes my place. Your brother takes your office. What is the difference?" "Everything, if you become worthy of understanding it." Atticus looked at him sharply. His father did not retreat. "Lucan will sit where the law permits. He will judge tenants, answer petitions, marry where the house requires, host fools, flatter rivals, endure stewards, listen to grain disputes, count roads, repair roofs, weigh dowries, and smile at men whose grandfathers would have burned our libraries for warmth." Despite himself, Atticus listened. "You," his father said, "will study the bones under the world. You will learn why heat is not fire, why boundary matters more than force, why pressure kills men who trusted stone, why relation is the difference between a line and a command. You will read what common scholars mistake for myth, if you earn the right. You will speak in rooms where lesser nobles hear only mage talk and grow afraid because they know fear is easier than comprehension." Atticus thought of Magistra Ven's hand moving through the air, the line of blue light, the hidden water answering beneath the floor, the impossible instant when every object in the hall had belonged to itself and he had felt the belonging. His father stepped closer to the table, "And when Lucan inherits, you will aid him." Atticus looked up, officially. His father smiled without warmth. "Do not become stupid out of injury." Atticus almost laughed. The sound broke before it formed. His father continued, "Officially, you will be his brother, a noble mage of House Vaelisar, perhaps a Caldrith scholar, perhaps a licensed practitioner, perhaps something better if you prove more than clever. You will not command his court, you will not sign as head. You will not sit above men in the meaning crown law forbids. And unofficially, you will remember that this house endured before crown law, and intends to endure after every frightened interpretation of it has rotted in temple archives." The words should have frightened him. They did. They also made his blood answer. A faint pressure moved in the room. His father saw the change in his face and pointed once at the table. "Refusal." Atticus flinched. The pressure faded. His father's expression sharpened. "Good. You are teaching me now. I am reminding you that every grand destiny sounds better before it burns someone's hand." Atticus looked at his palm again. The anger had not gone. The grief had not gone either, but both had changed shape. Before, they had been a flood looking for walls to break. Now they were something closer to a blade still too hot to hold. "My uncle," Atticus said, "did he hate you?" His father went very still. For a moment, Atticus thought he had gone too far. Then Senator Vaelisar looked at the chain on the table. "Sometimes." That answer was worse than no. "Did you hate him?" His father's hand closed once at his side. "Sometimes." Atticus looked down. "And did you love him?" His father did not answer quickly. When he did, his voice was quieter than Atticus had ever heard it in the record hall. "Always." The word entered the space between them and remained there, unwitnessed by law, unmarked by stylus, unhelped by Caldrith. Only father and son heard it. For a while that was enough to make the room bearable. Then his father picked up the house chain again. Atticus's chest tightened before he could stop it. Senator Vaelisar did not put it on. He held it in both hands and studied it as if it belonged to someone dead. "Lucan will not understand what he has been handed." He tried to remove the clasp. "I saw. He did not want this. Want rarely stands at the beginning of duty." "That is cruel." "Yes." Atticus looked at him. His father met his eyes. Cruel things may still be true. Useful things may still be unjust. Loving someone does not always spare him the machinery. Remember that before you decide, all pain has a villain simple enough for a child's story. Atticus wanted to say he was not a child. His knees still trembled faintly from Magistra Ven's severing line. He said nothing. His father walked to him then and held out the chain. For one wild second, Atticus thought he meant to place it in his hands. Instead, his father held it where Atticus could see every link. "Look at it." Atticus did. "This chain is not the house. It is the part of the house the law understands." His father lowered it. "You are not being cast out of House Vaelisar. You are being moved beyond the portion of it fools can count." Atticus breathed through the ache in his throat. "Then why does it feel like I am losing my name?" "Because you are losing the future that taught you what your name meant." His father fastened the chain back around his own neck. The links settled against his mantle. One day they would settle against Lucan's, never against Atticus. There it was, no speech changed it. No old hatred, no imperial memory, no promise of Caldrith, no mention of ancestors or uncle or hidden power could make the chain less absent from his future. His father saw the knowledge arrive. He did not try to soften it. "You may hate me for this," he said. Atticus looked at him. "I do." His father nodded once. "Good, hate honestly if you must, but do not hate blindly. The law took the chain. I am trying to keep it from taking more." Atticus did not answer. He was afraid that if he did, his voice would fail. His father turned toward the doors. "Your mother will have your hand treated. You will rest today. Tomorrow, Magistra Ven returns." "Tomorrow?" "Did you think magic would wait because your pride is tired?" Atticus closed his burned hand, then remembered and opened it again. His father noticed. "Good," he said. Atticus hated how badly he wanted that approval. At the doors, Senator Vaelisar paused. "When you go to Caldrith, you will go as my son." The sentence struck where no law had reached. His father did not look back. "And when men call this house a barony, you will remember what you are." The doors opened. Morning light from the outer corridor cut across the record hall floor. For a moment Atticus could hear the villa beyond, servants moving, water falling in courtyards, distant bells from Aurelith, the ordinary life of a house that had already begun adjusting around the wound. His father left him there, not abandoned, not comforted. Left. Atticus stood alone beside the table where the house chain had rested. Beneath the floor, old water moved through old stone, carrying heat where it was permitted, releasing pressure where it was taught, obeying forms laid down by hands long dead. Atticus opened his burned palm and watched the red branching mark darken in the blue-white lamp glow. He was still Vaelisar. He was no longer heir. For the first time he understood that both truths could stand in the same room and neither would make space for him. Chapter 4. The lands beneath the chain. By afternoon the estate had learned to bow differently. No one said it. No servant forgot his title. No tenant failed to lower his head when Atticus passed. No kitchen boy stared long enough to earn correction. No gardener froze with pruning shears in hand. House Vaelisar did not permit disorder to become visible merely because grief had entered a room, but the bows were different. Atticus could feel it in the space after them. Yesterday, a bow to him had been a small rehearsal for the future. Young Lord Firstborn, heir designate. The boy who would one day hold the chain, hear petitions, seal judgments, approve repairs, scold stewards, receive tenants, and stand beneath the old laurel carvings while others measured their words before him. Today the bow remained. The future had been removed from it. Marius walked 3 paces behind and to the left, exactly where a household servant should walk when accompanying a son of the house across private lands. Not beside, not leading. Near enough to intervene if needed, far enough to pretend intervention would never be required. Atticus resented the precision. He also noticed the care. They had left the villa by the south arcade after the midday meal Atticus had not eaten. Lady Marceline had sent word that fresh air would steady him. His father had sent no word at all. Magistra Ven had sent instructions written in a hand so severe the ink seemed scolded into place. He was not to sleep alone. He was not to enter the bath wing unattended. He was not to approach the old furnace galleries. He was not to touch active household lamps, warded doors, measuring slates, seal crystals, temple wax, old imperial tablets, or any object known or suspected to contain spellform residue. Breathing, it seemed, had not yet required a written condition. For the moment, the south road curved down from the villa through cypress shade and into the first terraces of the estate. Aureliana stood in the distance, pale and bright beneath the afternoon sun, its dome softened by haze. The capital looked almost gentle from here. A city could do that from a hill. It could hide its law in marble and its appetite in light. Closer at hand, the Vaelisar lands unfolded in ordered slopes, olive groves silvering in the wind, vineyard rows stitched dark into the hillside, tenant plots cut by stone walls, little shrines at road bends, and channels of clear water running with a confidence that did not belong to nature alone. Water was everywhere on Vaelisar land. It crossed the terraces in narrow races. It fell from old stone mouths into collection basins. It ran under paths and through culverts, dividing itself cleanly where bronze gates directed the flow. Some channels were new, or at least new by Vaelisar measure, repaired within the last 100 years. Others were older than the settlement of Hathrandor, and the masons who maintained them treated certain stones with the reluctant respect men usually reserved for priests and dangerous dogs. Atticus heard them now, not with his ears. That was the problem. Every hidden channel seemed to speak in pressure. Every gate had attention to it. Every long-buried pipe held back the hill's water with a patience that felt almost grammatical. It was not a voice. It was not words. It was structure pressing against awareness, asking to be understood. The world will offer itself badly. Magistra Ven's voice returned without permission. You must learn not to answer everything that reaches for you. Atticus opened his burned hand. The mark across his palm had darkened after his mother treated it, not with common salve. Lady Marceline had used a clear, sharp-smelling preparation kept in a blue glass vial and applied with a silver spatula, because in House Vaelisar even burns received class distinctions. The mark now branched red-brown beneath a thin layer of drying balm. It ached when he flexed his fingers. Good. Pain was easier to trust than magic. Young lord. Marius spoke from behind him. Atticus stopped. What? The south road dips there. Atticus looked down. A shallow break in the stone ran across the path where rain had shifted the earth beneath it. He had been walking toward it without seeing it, his attention caught by the old pressure gate below the terrace wall. I saw it. Yes, young lord. The lie sat between them, polished and useless. Atticus looked back at him. Marius lowered his eyes. He was dressed in the dark gray and blue of the inner household, with a short cloak pinned neatly at one shoulder. Not formal livery, but close enough for estate roads. His hands were folded. His face revealed nothing beyond obedience. How long have you been told to watch me? Marius did not pretend not to understand. Since this morning. By my father. By the senator's order, yes. And by Magistra Ven. She gave instructions to the household steward. Am I dangerous to the road? No, young lord. Only to baths, lamps, doors, wax, tablets, stones, sleep, and myself. Marius hesitated. A servant's hesitation was a dangerous thing. Too long and it became defiance. Too short and it became mockery. Roads have killed men as well, he said. Atticus stared at him. Then, despite everything, he almost laughed. Almost. Marius had not smiled. That made it worse. Atticus turned back to the path and stepped carefully over the break. You have served my father how long? 12 years, young lord. You saw this happen to my uncle. No. The answer was too quick. Atticus turned again. Marius kept his eyes down. You knew him. I was a stable boy when Lord Septimus still came and went. Lord Septimus, not the late Lord Septimus, not poor Lord Septimus, came and went. Atticus filed that away. My father said he went to Caldrith. Yes, young lord. And after? Marius's hands folded more tightly. That is not a servant story to tell. It is a Vaelisar story. Yes, young lord. I am Vaelisar. Yes, young lord. And still you will not answer. Marius lifted his eyes just enough for Atticus to feel the honesty in them. I would not answer badly. That stopped him. The wind moved through the olive leaves, turning them bright and dark by turns. Somewhere down the slope, a tenant called to a mule. Water ran through stone with an old, clean murmur. Atticus looked away first. Did he frighten you? Marius considered the question. That surprised him too. No, the servant said at last. Not then. Later. Marius's mouth tightened. The household became careful around his name. That was answer enough. They walked on. The road left the cypress shade and crossed a low ridge where the estate opened beneath them. From there Atticus could see the south vineyards, the old cypress walk where lightning had split 3 trees during his uncle's manifestation, and beyond that the lower tenant village clustered near the mill channel. Smoke rose from oven houses. A group of women washed linen at the broad stone basin below the road. 2 boys drove goats away from a kitchen garden while an old man shouted at them with the authority of age and an empty stick. One of the boys saw Atticus and bowed so quickly he nearly tripped. Atticus raised a hand by habit. The boy grinned, then seemed to remember something and looked away. There it was again, the changed space after the bow. Atticus lowered his hand. Marius saw, of course he did. Will they know by evening? Atticus asked. The household. The tenants. Not the matter itself. That was not my question. No, young lord. Marius watched the tenant village below. They will know something has changed by evening. By tomorrow, each cottage will possess a different version. By the next market day, none of them will be true, but most will agree on where to bow. Atticus gave him a sharp look. Marius bowed his head. Forgive me. No, Atticus said, that was useful. They descended toward the lower terraces. The road narrowed where it passed beside an old boundary stone half swallowed by time and yellow grass. The stone bore 3 marks, the Vaelisar laurel, a measuring line of Selwyn, and an older imperial sigil worn nearly smooth by weather. Atticus had passed it 100 times and never felt anything from it. Today he felt a quiet edge, not active, not calling, merely there, a declared limit, estate land on one side, tenant leasehold on the other, house obligation moving both ways across the stone whether anyone standing near it understood the old right or not. Atticus stopped. Marius stopped with him. The boundary stone waited. Atticus opened his palm. The mark ached. No, he did not say it aloud. The pressure faded, or perhaps he stepped away from it inside himself. He did not know which. He only knew the edge of the stone became stone again. Marius said nothing. That was wise. They continued down into the orchard road, where figs grew against walls warmed by the afternoon sun. Bees moved among late flowers. The scent of crushed thyme rose beneath their sandals. Ahead, beyond a row of clipped laurel, stood a small garden pavilion built on a square of white stone overlooking the lower watercourse. Lady Marceline waited there. She sat beneath the shade with her back straight, one hand resting on the arm of a carved chair, the other holding a folded piece of linen she did not seem to need. She wore pale blue, not mourning, not celebration. Her hair had been drawn back with pearl pins. No veil, no softness granted to the day by accident. She looked exactly as she had in the record hall until Atticus came closer. Then her eyes went to his hand. "Leave us, Marius." Marius bowed, "My lady." He withdrew to the edge of the laurel walk, far enough not to hear, near enough to be summoned. Atticus wondered whether he had been ordered to do that as well. Probably. His mother indicated the stone bench opposite her. "Sit." Atticus sat. She held out her hand. He placed his injured palm in it. Lady Marceline turned his hand gently into the light. Her fingers were cool. The red branch mark lay stark against his skin, uglier in the sun than it had looked beneath the blue lamps. She studied it without flinching. "Does it pain you?" "Yes." "Good." Atticus looked at her. She took the folded linen, dipped its corner into a small bowl at her side, and touched the damp cloth around the burn, not on it. Pain teaches the young what pride refuses to remember. "You sound like father." "No," she said. "Your father sounds like men who learned from women and forgot to admit it." The line was so dry that Atticus had to bite the inside of his cheek. His mother saw and let the almost smile live for half a breath before returning to his hand. "He spoke to you." "Yes." "Harshly." "Yes." "Honestly." Atticus looked toward the lower watercourse. "I think he believes so." "That is not what I asked." He looked back at her. "Yes." She nodded once and continued cleaning the skin around the mark. Then he did what he could bear. That answer irritated him. What he could bear. "You are 13. You think adults are larger than pain because we have learned not to spill it on the floor." Atticus said nothing. His mother's fingers paused over the burn. "He should have told you more about Septimus before today." That caught him. "You knew he would." "I knew he should." "He said Uncle Septimus was meant to inherit." "He was." "He said Crown Law took the chain from him." "It did." "Is that the whole truth?" Lady Marceline looked at him. For a moment he saw the record hall in her eyes, not the room itself but its purpose, weighing, choosing what could be said without breaking what must wait. "No," she said. Atticus's throat tightened. "Will you tell me?" "Not today." "Because I am 13. Because today you are wounded enough to make every truth into a weapon, and inexperienced enough to point it at yourself first." He pulled his hand back. She let him. "That was worse. I am tired of being told what I am too wounded to hear." "Then stop proving it by reaching for every sharp object in the room." His anger rose. The bowl of water beside her trembled. "Not much. Enough." Lady Marceline looked at it, then at him. Atticus opened his burned hand. The trembling stopped. His mother's expression changed. Pride. He saw it before she hid it. "That," she said, "is worth more than the flare that caused the burn." "I did nothing." "You refused." The word sat between them, the first mercy. His mother took his hand again, and this time he let her. She applied a thin layer of clear balm along the branching mark. It stung with cold, so sudden he hissed through his teeth. "Do not perform endurance for me," she said. "Endurance is useful. Performance is a tax paid to vanity." "I am beginning to dislike lessons." "You were born in House Vaelisar. You were never in danger of having too few." The orchard wind moved through the laurel hedge. From below came the sound of running water and a distant cartwheel striking stone. Atticus watched his mother bind his hand. "Father said I am still Vaelisar." "You are." "He said the law took the chain." "It did." "He said old law would not have done this." His mother's hand stilled. Then she tied the linen neatly, not too tight. "The old law would have done the opposite." Atticus looked up. Lady Marceline sat back in her chair. The afternoon light edged her face in gold and made her seem less like a mother than one of the pale imperial women painted along the villa walls. Beautiful, severe, carrying a grief too old to ask permission. Before the Carcinian settlement, before men who did not understand our houses presumed to govern them, a house such as ours did not dread the gift. Her voice cooled. We waited for it. Atticus felt the words enter him slowly. She continued. Blood began the claim, training shaped it, conduct tested it, but magic completed it. In the old imperial houses, a successor was not fully named until the gift declared itself. A child could be firstborn, favored, clever, obedient, beloved, and still remain incomplete in the eyes of the house until power answered through the blood. Atticus stopped breathing for a moment. Under the old law, yesterday would not have removed him. It would have confirmed him. His mother saw the realization arrive. She did not soften it. Yesterday, by the measure of our ancestors, House Vaelisar would have known its heir. The orchard seemed suddenly too bright. Atticus looked down at his bandaged hand. But by crown law, he said. By crown law, the proof of fitness becomes disqualification. She spoke the sentence with perfect control. That made the hatred inside it colder. Your father calls them barbarians when he is angry, she said. I call them barbarians when I am being precise. Atticus looked at her. Lady Marceline's face did not change. The Carcinians did not merely conquer wounded lands. They taught wounded houses to kneel before their fear and call it peace. They made laws to protect themselves from what they could not understand, then congratulated themselves for restraint because they allowed the old families to keep walls, vineyards, and titles emptied of their original meaning. Her fingers rested on the arm of the chair. No trembling, no raised voice. That made it worse. They took the crown from magic and placed it on obedience. Then they asked civilization to be grateful it had not been burned entirely. Atticus had heard his father's anger in the record hall. This was different. Cassian's hatred had moved like a blade drawn in public. Marceline's hatred did not need to move at all. Do you hate them? He asked. I was taught not to hate loudly. She looked toward Aurelianus in the distance. That is not the same as forgiveness. The capital shone under the afternoon sun, careless and beautiful. Atticus thought of the old mosaic in the villa, the carved senator holding a scroll instead of a sword beneath the dark Carcinian banners. He had loved that figure when he was younger because he had thought survival looked noble. Now he wondered whether survival had looked like swallowing knives until one learned to smile. Then Lucan should not wear the clasp, he said. His mother turned back to him. There was no surprise in her face, only attention. No. No. Say the rest. Atticus's jaw tightened. If the old law matters, then he is not heir, I am. The old law matters, she said, and he is heir. That is contradiction. That is Hathrandor. The answer struck him silent. Lady Marceline leaned forward. You may rage against the contradiction. You may study it, despise it, outlive it, or someday help unmake it if you become half as formidable as your father hopes. But you will not pretend your brother created it. I did not say he did. No. You only looked at him as though the clasp had teeth, and he had bitten you with it. Atticus looked away. His mother let the silence punish him for a moment. Then she said, Lucan did not take the chain from you. The law placed it in his hands because it could not bear to place it in yours. He will still wear it. Yes, while I stand beside him. If you are wise. Atticus heard the trap in that, and if I am not. Then crown law wins twice. He looked back at her. Lady Marceline's eyes were colder than the bowl of balm. First, by taking the office from you. Second, by teaching you to abandon the only brother who can carry what you cannot. Atticus had no answer. She did not allow him the comfort of silence. The Carcinians took enough from this house. Do not hand them your brother too. The line entered him deeper than the legal ruling had, not because it was kinder, because it gave his anger a place it could not go. Lucan, 9 years old, too young for the clasp, too old not to know it mattered. He had tried to remove it in the record hall. He had whispered Atticus's name when the half-form turned toward him. He had looked ashamed without knowing how to make shame useful. Atticus closed his eyes. I was cruel to him in my thoughts. That is common. I may be cruel to him aloud. That would be a choice. He opened his eyes. His mother held his gaze. You and Lucan have been set on opposite sides of a law neither of you wrote. You are old enough to understand that. He is not. If you let the law make him your rival, you will have helped it do what it was made to do. Which is? Divide power from blood, divide gift from rule, divide brothers when a house needs both. The water below the pavilion struck stone in steady rhythm. Atticus felt it again, not calling. There the estate's old systems moved beneath the land. Channels opened where bronze gates allowed them. Pressure eased where old cuts had been made in stone. Water went where it had been taught to go by men dead longer than the kingdom that now named his family barons. Something in the lower channel leaned wrong. He could not have said whether it was pressure, timing, stone, or water arriving where it had not been expected. He only knew the estate had noticed itself out of balance. His fingers twitched. Lady Marceline's eyes dropped to his bandaged hand. Do not. I was not. Not yet. He breathed in. The lower channel waited, stupid and patient and obvious. It would take so little, a touch of pressure, a turn of relation, a correction made before anyone else saw the fault, proof. He could almost feel the old law watching. A gifted heir would see what others missed. A gifted heir would correct what others let sag toward failure. A gifted heir would not sit in an orchard being told to refuse what he had been born to perceive. His mother's voice cut through the thought. Do not give frightened men evidence. Atticus looked at her. She did not move. Make them work for their fear. The channel's pressure remained. Atticus opened his bandaged hand. The balm stung. No, he did not speak it. He held it. The pressure did not vanish at once. It pressed against his attention, offended by neglect. He imagined the lower channel, the bronze hinge, the water leaning where it should not lean. His mind supplied possible corrections without permission. No, this time the word had shape inside him, not refusal of the world, refusal of himself. The pressure receded. The channel became water and stone again. Atticus let out a breath he had not meant to hold. Lady Marceline watched him with something fierce in her face, not softness. Approval, there, she said. That is the beginning of power. I did nothing. You keep saying that as if restraint is emptiness. Atticus looked toward the lower terraces. A gatekeeper in a broad hat walked along the channel path with a long iron hook over his shoulder. He stopped at the lower gate, frowned, and began adjusting the bronze lever by hand. The water changed course, slowly, lawfully, without Atticus. The sight angered him, then it relieved him. Then the relief angered him too. His mother seemed to understand all of it. Your father will teach you what was stolen, she said. I will teach you what must not be lost. Lucan. Yes. And myself. At times they will be the same duty. He did not know what to do with that. A bell sounded faintly from the villa, not the capital bells, a household bell. Evening preparations beginning earlier than usual, perhaps because the whole house had learned that the day could not be trusted. Marius waited at the laurel walk, still as a carved post. Lady Marceline rose. Atticus rose with her. For a moment they stood side by side beneath the pavilion shade, looking out over the lands that yesterday had been his future, and today had become something more difficult. The tenant village smoked gently below, the vineyards drank, the water ran where hands guided it. Aurelianus shone in the distance, beautiful as a lie that had survived long enough to become architecture. His mother touched his bandaged hand once, only once. "Your brother will come to you before nightfall," she said. Atticus looked at her. "How do you know?" "Because he is kind and frightened, and too young to understand that kindness does not repair what fear has broken." Atticus swallowed. "What should I say?" "That depends on whether you wish to be merely wounded or worthy." It was not a gentle answer. It was the answer she had. She stepped past him toward the laurel walk. Marius bowed as she approached. Atticus remained beneath the pavilion a moment longer. Below, the gatekeeper finished his work and moved on. Water shifted through the terraces, no longer too heavy against the western channel. The estate accepted the correction without gratitude. It had never promised gratitude. It only carried consequence. Atticus looked at his bandaged palm. He thought of Lucan's small hand touching the bronze clasp. He thought of his father placing the chain on the table. He thought of his mother's voice. "The Carcinians took enough from this house. Do not hand them your brother too." The words hurt. He hoped they would continue hurting. Pain, at least, taught clearly. When Atticus finally turned back toward the villa, he did not feel less angry. He felt arranged around it. For now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 5. The First Tutor. Atticus slept badly. That was better than not sleeping at all, which had been his first expectation. He had lain in bed after evening bell with the lamps dimmed, his bandaged hand resting open on the coverlet, listening to the old villa settle around him. For a time he thought he heard everything: water in the walls, wind under the roof tiles, servants in distant corridors, the faint tick of cooling stone, his own breath, his own blood. Then he remembered Magistra Ven's warning and Lady Marceline's correction without words, and the way the lower channel had become ordinary again when he refused to flatter himself with it. The whole world was not reaching for him. That was vanity dressed as fear. The ordinary water gave him nothing. The plain stone gave him nothing. The wind did not know his name, and the darkness had no opinion of House Vaelisar. But where a lamp had been treated by Caldrith craft, where an old seal marked a door, where buried channels passed through imperial-cut pressure stones, where bronze and geometry had once been taught to keep water obedient, there something pressed at the edge of his attention. Not a voice, not a summons, a prepared thing pressing against the part of him newly able to notice it. That was worse in some ways. A voice could be ignored as madness. A structure could be studied. He did not trust the distinction yet. He only knew it mattered. Atticus had opened his hand beneath the coverlet and held the word no inside himself until the pressure withdrew. Sometimes it withdrew at once. Sometimes it clung like a burr. Once, near midnight, the treated lamp beside his bed brightened by a thumb's width before he caught his own attention wandering toward it. He had nearly called for Marius. He did not. Pride was not always useless. Near the last hour before dawn, sleep took him. Lucan stood in it, not as a dream, as memory. His brother had come to Atticus's chamber after nightfall, just as Lady Marceline had promised. He had stood in the doorway too long, small in his plain sleeping tunic, the bronze clasp absent from his chest. Without it he looked younger, not harmless, never harmless, only young. Atticus remembered the silence more clearly than the words. Lucan had twisted his fingers together until Atticus told him to stop, then stopped too quickly, as if obedience might repair everything. He had tried to say that he had not asked for the clasp. He had tried to apologize for standing where the law had placed him. He had tried not to cry, and because he tried, Atticus had found it impossible to remain angry at him. Not impossible to remain hurt, only impossible to aim the hurt there. Atticus had not found grand words. He had not sounded like his father. He had not sounded like his mother. He had sounded like a boy with a burned hand and a stolen future, trying not to wound the only person in the house smaller than his grief. "It is not your fault. Do your best. I will do mine. When I can be there for you, I will." That had been all. Lucan had nodded as if Atticus had given him a command instead of a promise. Then he had crossed the room, fast and awkward, and hugged him around the ribs before either of them could decide whether that was allowed. Atticus had let him. He had even put his good hand on Lucan's back for a moment. Then Lucan had gone. The memory hurt less in the morning, not little, less. Dawn entered Atticus's chamber without asking anyone's permission. It came pale at first through the high windows, then gold along the painted cornice, touching the carved laurel leaves above the door and the row of wax tablets stacked neatly on his study shelf. His room had not changed in the night. That seemed rude. His bed, desk, tablets, shelves, chest, maps, practice stylus, an old wooden sword all remained precisely where they had been when he was heir. A room should have had the decency to look altered when a life was. Atticus sat up. His palm ached inside the linen. His chest still felt bruised where Magistra Ven's severing line had struck him. When he drew breath too deeply, pain answered, stern and specific. He welcomed it. Pain had excellent manners. It announced itself clearly and did not pretend to be destiny. A knock came at the door, not Marius. Marius knocked with 2 measured taps and a pause, as if even wood deserved procedure. This knock was lighter, younger. "Enter," Atticus said. The door opened and a chamber boy stepped inside with a breakfast tray held in both hands. He was perhaps 11, brown-haired, nervous, and trying desperately to look as if delivering oat bread, sliced pears, cheese, and watered wine to a magically found son of House Vaelisar differed in no meaningful way from delivering them to an heir designate. His effort was so obvious that Atticus almost pitied him. Almost. The boy set the tray on the small table by the window and bowed. "Young lord." Atticus looked at him. The boy remained bent a fraction too long. "You may stand." The boy straightened. "What is your name?" "Tomas, young lord." Atticus knew that. He asked anyway. Names steadied rooms. "Tomas, has the senator sent for me?" "Yes, young lord, after you eat. He asks you attend him in the morning study." "Asks, interesting, who is with him?" Tomas's eyes flicked toward the floor. A gentleman arrived before first bell. "A gentleman?" "Yes, young lord." Did this gentleman have a name, or did the household admit a mystery before breakfast? The boy's ears reddened. "Magister Tiber Corvin, young lord." Atticus had never heard the name. That irritated him. He knew the names of his father's chief stewards, allies, tutors, rivals, correspondents, favored legal men, disliked legal men, and the 3 old families whose dinner invitations were accepted only when refusal would say too much. Magister Tiber Corvin belonged to none of those lists. What kind of magister? "I do not know, young lord." "Did he wear Caldrith colors?" "No, young lord, not full colors." That answer held more shape than Tomas understood. "Not full colors." "A dark robe, young lord, gray undercloak, blue stitching at the cuffs, but not much." "He had a case." "All magisters have cases." "This one had locks." Atticus almost smiled. That was useful too. "Thank you, Tomas." The boy blinked at being thanked. Then he bowed again and left too quickly. Atticus ate because not eating would be childish and because his mother would know. The oat bread tasted of ash. The pears were better. The cheese was sharp enough to be accused of something. He drank the watered wine and stared at the light spreading across the floor. A magister, before first bell. His father had moved quickly. Of course he had. House Vaelisar did not bleed in public and then wait to discover whether someone had noticed the stain. Atticus dressed in plain morning white with a narrow blue border. No chain, no clasp, no ornament beyond the small signet ring permitted to sons of the house who were not yet old enough to seal anything that mattered. He paused before putting it on. The ring bore the Vaelisar laurel, not the chain, not the office, still the name. He put it on. Marius waited outside his chamber. That should not have surprised him. It did anyway. "Good morning, young lord." "Is it?" Marius considered. "It is morning. Your caution dishonors the sun. I would not wish to overpraise it." Atticus looked at him. Marius looked at the far wall with the expression of a man who had never made a joke in his life and certainly would not begin in a corridor. Atticus started walking. Marius followed. The villa was awake now. Servants moved through the halls with trays, cloths, ledgers, flowers, lamp rods, and the thousand small instruments by which a great house pretended to rise effortlessly. Atticus watched them watching him without looking. A household servant's eyes did not need to land in order to see. They passed the family atrium. Aurelith Vaelisar watched from his repaired marble dignity. Atticus did not stop. The morning study lay in the eastern half of the villa but not within the record wing. It belonged to his father's working hours before formal petitions. A room of maps, correspondence, private ledgers, narrow windows, and shelves arranged for active thought rather than ancestral display. It was where Senator Vaelisar received stewards before they became problems and guests before they became declarations. 2 guards stood outside. That was new. Atticus looked at Marius. Marius did not look back. 1 guard opened the door. Senator Lucian Vaelisar stood near the window with a sealed letter in one hand. He had dressed in dark blue instead of formal white. The house chain lay against his breast as usual, restored to its rightful place, which was to say the place the law understood and Atticus did not. Beside the central table stood a man Atticus did not know. Magister Tiber Corvin was narrow rather than thin, built like a blade that had been sharpened often and badly polished on purpose. His hair was iron gray, cut short in the old academic style. His face had the exhausted patience of a man who had spent many years correcting young fools and had no faith that age would improve the supply. His robe was charcoal wool with narrow blue stitching along the cuffs and collar, subtle enough that a common man might miss it and any Caldrith scholar would not. A rectangular case rested on the table before him. It had 5 locks. Thomas had been right to mention them. Magister Corvin looked Atticus over once. Only once. Atticus had the immediate sense that the man had found at least 7 disappointments, and was deciding which deserved the courtesy of being named. His father folded the letter and set it aside. Lucian. Father, you slept. Any manifestation? No. Magister Corvin's left eyebrow moved slightly. Atticus looked at him. I noticed things, Atticus said. I did not answer them. The eyebrow stilled. His father did not miss the exchange. Good. Atticus hated again how much the word mattered. Senator Vaelisar gestured toward the man beside the table. Magister Tiber Corvin, licensed practitioner in structured spellform theory, early manifestation discipline, and preparatory magical instruction. Former lecturer in applied fundamentals at Caldrith, now licensed for private preparatory instruction. He has agreed to oversee your instruction until you are competent to sit the entrance examination. Atticus looked at Corvin more sharply. Former lecturer. Corvin's voice was dry enough to preserve fruit. A splendid beginning. He notices the least flattering word first. His father said nothing. Atticus felt heat creep into his face and refused to let it become more than heat. Did you leave Caldrith? Yes. Why? Because Caldrith is full of intelligent people, and intelligent people become insufferable in groups. Atticus was not sure whether that was an answer. Corvin continued, also because I quarreled with a senior master over whether first-year students should be permitted to touch active forms before they could define attention without using the word focus. I was correct. He was senior. Caldrith survived the tragedy of my departure. Lucian's mouth did not smile, it came close. Atticus noticed that too. This man was not a random hire. You know my father, Atticus said. I know of your father. That has usually been sufficient. And my uncle. Silence entered the room by a side door. Not large, present. Senator Vaelisar's eyes cooled. Corvin did not look at him. He looked at Atticus. I knew Lord Septimus Vaelisar well enough to avoid praising him simply because he is absent. That answer was dangerous. Atticus wanted to press. His father spoke first. Not today. The words did not leave room. Atticus looked from his father to Corvin. Corvin's face gave him nothing, another sealed thing. The house was full of them. Senator Vaelisar moved to the central table. Magister Corvin will begin with private instruction here on the estate. Magistra Ven will receive reports. Caldrith will receive you when you are prepared to be received. That phrasing struck differently than being sent away. Prepared to be received, not hidden, not expelled, readied, his father continued. Caldrith is a place of learning, you will not enter it as a spectacle. Atticus straightened slightly. There it was, house pride, not comfort, never comfort, but a shape he understood. Yes, father. Corvin made a small sound. Atticus looked at him. Do you object? I am deciding whether the obedience was real or ornamental. It can be both. Unfortunately true. Cashin said he has been educated as heir. That will be useful for posture and disastrous for humility. I did not ask you to humble him. No, you asked me to prepare him. The distinction will comfort you for perhaps 3 days. His father's gaze sharpened. Corvin met it without visible concern. Atticus watched carefully. There were not many men who spoke to Cashin Vaelisar that way in his own study. Law brothers did under Orin's witness. Magistra Ven had under Caldrith authority. This man did it with no witness and no visible shield except competence. That made Atticus more interested than he wanted to be. His father turned to him. You will attend Magister Corvin each morning after first meal and each afternoon after physical exercise, unless he alters the schedule. Your ordinary lessons in law, rhetoric, and household accounts will continue, adjusted as necessary. You are freed from heir obligations. You are not freed from education. I did not think I was. You were thinking many foolish things yesterday. Yes. The word surprised them both. It had not come as submission. It had come as fact. Cashin studied him for a moment, then he nodded once. Good. Magister Corvin unlocked the first clasp on his case. The sound was crisp. Before we begin, young lord, I should correct several ideas that have likely begun breeding in your head. I have not said anything. They breed best in silence. Corvin opened the second lock. You are gifted. This is useful. It is not rare enough to make you interesting by itself. The third lock clicked. You are sensitive to prepared magical structure. That is more interesting. It is also less meaningful than you hope until you can distinguish active working, dormant form, residue, trained object, treated material, and your own imagination. The fourth lock. You come from an old imperial house. This will provide excellent tutors, dangerous pride, good libraries, poor instincts about ordinary people, and a tendency to confuse inheritance with ability. The fifth lock, you wish to attend Caldrith. Atticus interrupted, I did not say that. Corvin looked up. No, your father did, your mother will, your house requires it. Your wound has not yet voted. That struck too close. Atticus's mouth closed. Corvin opened the case. Inside lay no glittering crystals, no silver rods, no dramatic instruments. There was a plain slate, 3 chalk sticks, a small stoppered vial, a stub of beeswax, a folded cloth, a brass ring, and a candle. A common tallow candle. Atticus stared at it. Corvin saw. Disappointed. No. Lie better or less. Atticus heard his father shift behind him. The echo of Cashin's own line passed through the room. Do not lie badly. It wastes both our time. Atticus wondered whether all adults had learned from one another and were concealing it as a professional courtesy. Corvin set the candle on the table. Gift may open the road to Caldrith. It does not walk it for you. He placed the slate beside it, nor does blood. The chalk nor cleverness. The folded cloth nor injury. The brass ring, nor resentment, though young noblemen have made heroic attempts. Atticus felt his ears warm. His father moved toward the door. Atticus turned. "You are leaving." "I have duties." The answer was ordinary. It still felt like abandonment until Atticus forced himself not to indulge the word. Cassian paused at the door. "Attend, Lucian." "Yes, father." His father's gaze shifted to Corvin. "Magister." "My lord senator." "Report honestly." "How unfortunate for both of us." Cassian left, the door closed. Atticus stood alone with the tutor, not alone. Marius was likely just beyond the door. Guards stood farther still. Servants moved in corridors. His father's authority filled the house whether his body occupied the room or not. But for the first time since the record hall, there was no parent present to translate him into family. Corvin noticed that too. "Sit." Atticus sat. Corvin sat opposite him with the candle between them. For a while the tutor said nothing. The candle sat unlit. The morning study smelled of parchment, wax, dust, and the faint bitter trace of ink. Sunlight entered through the narrow window and lay across the table in a clean stripe. Somewhere outside, a fountain moved in the courtyard. Atticus waited. He knew better than to speak first. At least he hoped he did. Corvin studied him. "Tell me what you notice." Atticus looked at the candle. Plain tallow, unlit wick, slight lean to one side, a thumbprint near the base, probably from a servant setting it out too quickly. Beeswax would have been better. Tallow smoked more. The brass ring sat close enough to matter, or else Corvin wanted him to think it did. The chalk was white, ordinary unless treated, but no pressure touched it. The folded cloth might contain threadwork. The slate had a nick in one corner. He began carefully. "The candle is ordinary." "Is it?" Atticus stopped. He looked again. No pressure, no hum, no structure pressing against his attention, no line of waiting geometry, no spellform residue he could detect. "I think so." "Better." Atticus frowned. "Better than what?" "Better than pretending certainty, because your first answer found its boots quickly." Corvin leaned back. "Continue." "The brass ring may be treated." "Why?" "Because it is on the table." Many useless things are placed on tables. Use is not proven by position. Atticus looked at the ring again. Brass, smooth, unmarked on the outer surface. Inner edge perhaps scratched, perhaps not. He felt nothing from it, but after yesterday he no longer trusted absence. Absence could mean ordinary, it could mean dormant, it could mean too subtle, it could mean he was distracted by wanting it to matter. "I do not know whether it is treated." "Good. That is good. It is the first intelligent thing you have said." Atticus resisted the urge to ask what the earlier things had been. Corvin picked up the chalk and drew one straight line on the slate. Nothing happened. Then he put the chalk down. "What is that?" "A line." "Dangerous answer." "It is plainly a line." "Plain things are where fools go to rest." Atticus looked at the mark. It was a line, white chalk on dark slate. Slightly uneven near the end where Corvin had lifted his hand. It did not glow, it did not press, it did not gather power. It did not do anything except lie there in its own narrow certainty. "A mark," Atticus said, "less dangerous." "A line-shaped mark." Now we approach civilization. Atticus felt annoyance rise. Corvin pointed at the candle. "Can that line light the candle?" "No." "Can you?" Atticus froze. Corvin watched him. "I asked whether you can. I did not ask whether you should." "I have never lit a candle by spellform." "You heated bathwater yesterday." "That was not intentional." Most family disasters begin with that defense. Atticus opened his bandaged hand under the table where Corvin could not see it. Corvin said, "Put your hand on the table." Atticus did. The tutor looked at the linen wrapping, then at his face. Do not hide injuries from instructors. We become imaginative. Atticus said nothing. Corvin tapped the chalk line. This is where most gifted children fail. They believe magic begins when power appears. It does not. Magic begins when attention becomes honest. That sounds like something written above a door. It was. The door collapsed in the winter of 312. The sentence survived because it was better built. Atticus blinked. Corvin continued before he could decide whether that was a joke. You are not here to cast. You are not here to prove your father correct, your mother proud, your brother innocent, your house ancient, or crown law stupid. All of those matters are tedious and will remain available later. The words found places to hurt. You are here to observe. I have observed. No, you have noticed. A dog notices. A frightened horse notices. Servants notice better than nobles and are paid less for the courtesy. Observation is notice disciplined by question. Atticus hated how useful that sounded. Corvin picked up the candle and held it out. Tell me what must be true before this candle burns. Atticus reached for every lesson he had half read and almost understood. Heat, fuel, breath air, ignition threshold, sustained reaction. Corvin's eyes narrowed. Who taught you those words? I read them. Obviously, no one taught you what to do with them. Atticus bristled. They are correct. So are many dead men's last observations. Corvin set the candle down. Say it without mage talk. Atticus hesitated. The phrase was usually insult, not instruction. Corvin waited. Atticus looked at the candle. It needs something to burn, air to let it burn, enough heat to begin, and a way to keep burning after it starts. Better. That is less precise. It is more yours. Atticus did not know what to say to that. Corvin drew a second line on the slate, crossing the first. What changed? The mark. What changed? Atticus stared at him. The relation between marks. Careful. I thought relation was acceptable. Relation is acceptable when you mean it, and dangerous when you are hiding behind it. Atticus looked at the crossed lines. The first line is no longer alone. Plainly. The second line changes how I read the first. Better. It could be a cross, a corner, a mistake, a beginning of a form, or nothing. Now you are observing. Corvin picked up the folded cloth and covered the crossed lines. What changed? I cannot see the marks. Did the marks change? No. Did your knowledge of them change? No. Did your certainty change? Atticus opened his mouth, then closed it. Corvin waited. Yes, Atticus said, there. The tutor removed the cloth. This is why you are not ready for Caldrith, not because you lack gift. Gift is common enough among those who matter to Caldrith, not because you lack education. Your education is excessive in the manner of noble houses with libraries and no mercy. You are not ready because you do not yet know which part of your mind is seeing, which part is guessing, and which part is trying to remain important. Atticus's face heated. Corvin let that sit. Then he said again, what must be true before the candle burns? Atticus drew a breath. Fuel, air, heat enough to begin. Continuance. Good. What is the line? A mark whose meaning depends on use. What is the ring? I do not know. What is the cloth? I do not know. What is the vial? I do not know. What do you feel from the candle? Nothing. What do you feel from the room? Atticus almost answered too quickly. He stopped. The study had many things in it: shelves, letters, a seal press, his father's treated lamps unlit in daylight, a locked cabinet near the map wall that might have held warded correspondence. The door behind him had a household seal worked into its frame. The window latch had no pressure. The table carried old polish but no magic. The brass ring remained ambiguous. Corvin's robe cuffs held faint structure but dormant, or not structure, stitching, or both. Atticus exhaled slowly. I feel several prepared things nearby. The door seal, the lamps though they are not active, your cuffs perhaps, something in the cabinet. I do not know whether the ring is ordinary or whether I am suspicious because you put it there. Corvin's expression changed. Not much. Enough. And what does the plain stone of the floor tell you? Nothing. The courtyard fountain. Nothing. The wind. Nothing. The world. Atticus paused. Then he understood the trap. Nothing. Corvin nodded once. Excellent. The world has not taken a personal interest in you. That disappoints many young mages. Atticus looked down. Corvin's voice did not soften, but it lost a little edge. You are sensitive to worked structure, prepared magic, residue, active forms, objects or places where the world has been instructed to behave otherwise than it would. That is not small, it is also not prophecy. Atticus held still. The correction should have embarrassed him. It did. It also relieved him. Corvin took the brass ring and slid it across the table. It stopped before Atticus. Pick it up. Atticus looked at him. Is it treated? That is what you are going to tell me. Atticus picked up the ring. Brass warmed quickly against his fingers. Ordinary weight, smooth outer curve, scratched inner edge. Nothing pressed at him. No hum, no weighting structure, no residue. He almost said ordinary. Then he remembered the line, the cloth, certainty. I feel nothing prepared in it. Corvin's mouth twitched. Very good. It is ordinary. Yes. Why use it? To see whether you would invent importance under pressure. Atticus set the ring down. Did I? Less than expected. That was the nearest thing to praise he had received all morning. He hated that he noticed. Corvin lifted the vial. Clear fluid moved inside. This. Atticus studied it without touching. The vial itself seemed ordinary. The stopper had a wax seal but no temple mark. The liquid caught light strangely, not glowing, not colored, but bending the window stripe with unusual density. Prepared, he said. Why? The fluid bends light oddly. That is observation. What do you feel? Atticus focused. Nothing, no, not nothing. A faint prickle behind his eyes, not from the fluid. From the stopper, the wax. Corvin nodded. Minor preservation mark. The liquid is only distilled water with mineral salt, useful for cleaning slates. Uninteresting, unless one has a young nobleman desperate to be impressive. Atticus leaned back. You are enjoying this. I am enduring it with admirable professionalism. You are baiting me. Yes. Why? Because you are bait. Atticus went still. Corvin set the vial down. Do not look wounded, it wastes a useful word. Gifted children draw things, attention, expectation, fear, flattery, ambition, their own worst habits. If you cannot learn what bait you are, you will spend your life congratulating yourself for hooks in your skin. The room seemed quieter. Atticus looked at the candle. Is this still preparation for Caldrith? Yes. I thought there would be more spellwork. There will be, when you can look at a candle without trying to become a family tragedy. Atticus swallowed the first answer that came to him. Corvin saw that too. Good. What? You chose not to spend the sentence. My mother said something similar. Then your mother is dangerous in the most useful way. Atticus almost smiled. Corvin picked up the chalk and drew a small circle on the slate. This time Atticus felt it, not power, not yet, the memory of structure. The circle was only chalk, but the shape itself had potential, not because it was magical, because circles were useful. Containment, return, boundary, completion. Every primer said that. Every child who had drawn a sun knew it without knowing. Corvin watched his face. What did you just do? Nothing. Corvin's stare sharpened. Atticus corrected himself. I began assigning magical use to a mundane shape. Why? Because I recognized the shape from spellform grammar. And recognition is not activation. Good. Corvin drew a break in the circle with one stroke. What changed? The circle no longer encloses. What changed magically? Nothing. What changed in possible use? It can no longer serve as a complete containment boundary without repair or compensation. Corvin nodded. That is an answer worth keeping. Atticus sat straighter. Do not preen. He stopped. Corvin reached for the candle. Now, young lord, we begin. Atticus's pulse quickened despite himself. Corvin placed the candle in the broken chalk circle. You will not light it. Atticus stared. What will I do? You will tell me 3 ways a fool might try to light it, why each is foolish, and what question a trained student should ask before heat is ever invited into the room. Atticus looked from the candle to the broken circle, then to Corvin. The tutor's eyes were dry, patient, and mercilessly awake. Outside the morning study, House Vaelisar moved through its lawful day. Servants carried letters. Tenants waited on roads. Lucan was somewhere learning how not to look afraid of a clasp he had not asked to wear. His father was probably already writing, arranging, answering, deciding. His mother had likely known about this tutor before Atticus had known to dread him. The world had not changed for his education. It had merely placed a table in front of him. Atticus opened his bandaged hand on the wood. He did not reach for the candle. He did not reach for the room. He looked. For the first time that morning, looking felt like work. That, he suspected, was the lesson. Chapter 6. The Shape Beneath Flame. 6 months later, Atticus set fire to the wrong thing. The training yard did not explode. That Magister Corvin had once told him placed the attempt above several historical examinations and most family arguments. The flame struck the left edge of the clay target, broke its own shape, and spilled sideways in a bright orange sheet that licked across the iron post before dying against the sanded ground. The target itself remained mostly unburned. The post steamed. One of the servants watching from the water buckets flinched and then pretended he had not. Corvin did not move. He stood beyond the chalked boundary with a slate under one arm, robe sleeves tied back, gray hair stirred by the morning wind. He had not brought his locked case today. After 6 months, that absence had become more frightening than its presence. The case meant instruments. No case meant judgment. Atticus lowered his hand. Smoke rose from the iron post in a thin, accusing thread. Corvin looked at it for a while. Then he said, "You have murdered the fence." "It is not a fence. It has been struck by a young nobleman who missed his stated target. I shall allow it kinship with all helpless boundaries." Atticus clenched his hand, though the old burn had faded now to a pale branch across his palm. The skin still tightened in cold weather and during casting. He had learned not to hide it. "It was a release error," he said. Corvin looked from the scorched post to the untouched face of the target. "If you wish to flatter the error, give it a prettier name. The flame went where your attention had already wandered." Atticus felt the correction like heat under the skin. He turned back toward the targets. There were 3 of them, clay discs mounted on iron posts, each set at a different distance. The nearest bore old scorch marks and one neat crack down its face. The second had been painted with a small white circle. The third stood untouched at the far end of the yard, too distant for Atticus's current assignment and therefore the most interesting thing present. He was not allowed to aim at it. That was one of Corvin's more irritating gifts as a tutor. He always knew which forbidden object had become more attractive merely by being forbidden. The practice yard lay behind the eastern wing of the villa, where old paving stones gave way to packed earth and sand. It had once been used for spear drill, shield work, and riding instruction before House Vaelisar had added a smaller enclosed yard for magical exercises. The far wall had been faced with stone. Water buckets stood ready. Sand barrels sat beneath the arcade. The chalked boundary had been redrawn at dawn. A household armsman watched from beside the gate, not because fire needed a sword, but because battle magic was still battle. That distinction had been forced into Atticus often enough that it had become part of the yard itself. Battle magic was not war magic. Battle magic belonged to duels, self-defense, controlled martial spellwork, and the ugly little emergencies that happened too close for a letter to reach a proper authority. It taught a mage how to fight without letting panic become the spell's true master. War magic belonged elsewhere. Aurelian core, military necessity, battlefield scale. Destruction given doctrine and witnesses, and all the terrible permissions men invented when armies were already dying. Corvin had made that distinction on the first morning Atticus asked why a firebolt was permitted and war workings were not. "A knife at your belt is not a siege engine," he had said. "Do not flatter either one by confusing them." Atticus raised his hand again. He drew the first line in the air. The spell form appeared thin and gold before him, no larger than a supper plate. Heat, direction, boundary, release, duration. 4 runes and 1 governing line, nothing impressive, nothing beautiful. Any first-form student worth admitting to Caldrith should have been able to build something like it without sweating through his collar. Atticus was sweating. He hated that too. The rune for heat steadied near the top of the form. Direction faced the target. Boundary curved around it, holding the shape tight. Release waited at the front edge like a door not yet opened. He fed power, not much, enough. The little fire gathered within the spell form, bright and impatient, pressing forward. Atticus released. This time the flame flew cleanly, not large, not dramatic. A tight fist of fire struck the marked clay disc near the outer ring and burst against it with a hard pop. Smoke climbed from the white paint. The target rocked once and settled. A proper hit, not a perfect one. Corvin pointed to the new scorch. "What did you correct?" The release was narrower. "Convenient, wrong." Atticus swallowed the answer that came next. Boundary, release, direction. All the proper words stood ready, polished, and useless. He looked at the target again. The second flame had not been stronger. It had not even been cleverer. It had simply waited. I let the form finish becoming itself before I asked it to move. Corvin's chalk touched the slate once. There. Atticus lowered his hand. The praise was small. He still wanted to keep it. Corvin stepped forward and pointed with the end of his chalk stick toward the second target. Reset from the first line. Atticus breathed in. Again had become the true shape of his life. After the first morning in the study, he had expected magical instruction to unfold like a door opening into wonders. Instead, it had opened like a ledger, not larger, cleaner, not faster, truer, not brighter, safer. Corvin had made him name marks before he could use them. Lines before circles, circles before boundaries, boundaries before containment, containment before release, release before flame, flame before directed flame. Directed flame before battle flame. Battle flame before any spell large enough to impress a kitchen boy. Atticus had hated the slowness. Then somewhere in the second month hatred had become hunger. By then his days had acquired a cruel shape. First meal, Corvin, law, rhetoric, accounts, riding, physical drill, more Corvin, supper. Family obligations when the house required witnesses to see that he had not vanished into disgrace. Then the library, always the library. At first he had gone there as refuge. The shelves did not bow differently. The tablets did not pity him. The old Caldrith primers did not care whether he had lost the chain. They only asked whether he understood the next page. He had not. That had offended him so deeply that he returned the following night, and the next, and the next. He read until the lamps burned low and servants began finding reasons to pass the door. He copied rune sequences until his fingers cramped. He filled wax tablets with questions Corvin answered only when the questions had been written precisely enough not to waste ink. He studied foundational spellform geometry, rune grammar, etheric control, ward failure, ordinary defensive marks, household warmth, directed motion, containment, and the early chapters of thaumaturgy texts he was not yet ready to understand and therefore could not leave alone. Thaumaturgy ruined him for easier pleasures. A basic spellbook told him how to produce a result. A thaumaturgical text asked why the result happened, why it failed, why one working collapsed while another endured, why a rune sequence tolerated one geometry and rebelled against another, why power followed one permission and punished the next. That was the hook, not fire, not light, not the admiration of servants who whispered when he singed a target properly, the underneath, the reasons, the shape beneath flame. By the 4th month, his father had begun sending for him personally when the library lamps remained lit past a reasonable hour. At first Cassian sent Marius, then Marceline. Then one night the senator came himself, opened the library door, and found Atticus asleep with his cheek pressed against an academy text on collapse mechanics. Atticus had woken to his father, removing the lamp from the table. "You will go to bed." "I was reading." "You were drooling on an approved Caldrith text. That is not study. It is vandalism with saliva." Atticus had sat up too quickly, knocking over a stylus. "I had nearly understood the sequence problem." "You will nearly understand it tomorrow." "It will not be the same tomorrow." "No, tomorrow you may be awake." He had tried to argue. Cassian had looked at him in that way that made argument feel like arriving late to its own funeral. "A mind housed in neglected flesh is not discipline," his father had said. "It is vanity with candles." After that, exercise was no longer negotiable. Riding before noon twice weekly, yard drill, balance work, dagger forms he disliked and staff forms he hated less. Long walks when Corvin thought his eyes had grown too hungry and his body too still. His father did not want a brittle book mage. His mother said a bent scholar was only another kind of badly kept tool. Corvin said Caldrith already possessed enough pale boys who mistook exhaustion for devotion, and most of them wrote poor essays before collapsing. Even Lucan noticed. Lucan, who had grown quieter under his new lessons. Lucan, who wore the bronze clasp more often now, though never carelessly. Lucan, who sometimes came to the library with his own tutor's tablets and worked at the far table because neither brother knew how to ask for the other's company without making it too important. The promise between them had held, not easily, held. Atticus raised his hand. The next casting went wide, not badly, wide. The flame passed to the left of the target and died in the sand with a soft hiss. Corvin made a mark on his slate. Atticus glared at it. "Do you record every failure?" "No. You record mine." "I record instructive failures." "That was not instructive." "Then it has joined several noble conversations in being long and useless." Atticus swallowed his reply. Corvin's eyes sharpened. "Good. You are beginning to notice when a sentence only wants to be expensive." The armsman coughed into his fist. Atticus pretended not to hear. Corvin moved closer to the chalk boundary. "Do not correct the last spell, cast this one." The 4th casting struck true enough to crack the clay disc. The sound snapped across the yard. Fire burst, held against the face of the target, and died where it was supposed to die. Atticus felt the spellform resolve cleanly. For half a heartbeat, satisfaction rose. Then he saw the crack, not the damage itself, the pattern. The clay had split from the lower right, but the scorch had deepened near the upper edge. That meant the heat had not struck evenly even though the target had broken correctly. The flame had held shape outwardly while losing balance inside itself. He stepped closer without thinking. "Stay behind the line," Corvin said. Atticus stopped. The armsman moved at the same time, which was unnecessary and therefore insulting. Atticus ignored him, mostly. "The target cracked wrong," he said. "It cracked wrongly." Clay often fails to respect noble preference. "No, look at the upper mark." Corvin did not look at the target, he looked at Atticus. That was usually worse. Atticus continued despite himself. "The burn is heavier above the break. The outer boundary held, but the inner heat gathered unevenly. It did not spill, so the spell looked clean from here, but the shape was wrong before impact." Corvin was quiet. The morning wind moved over the yard wall. One of the servants shifted near the buckets. A horse stamped somewhere beyond the arcade. Atticus knew that silence. It was the silence Corvin used when deciding whether to correct him or let him walk farther into the thought and see if he fell. Atticus stared at the cracked target. The release was clean. Corvin did not answer. That was worse than correction. Atticus looked again. The fire had died where it should have died. The boundary had not torn. The impact mark was neat enough to satisfy any servant watching from the buckets. Neat enough was suddenly insulting. "The spell looked right," Atticus said. "Many failures do. That is how they survive long enough to matter." Atticus stepped as close to the chalk line as he was allowed and studied the blackened clay. The crack had run through the center, but the scorch had gathered above it, darker near the upper edge where the flame should have struck evenly. His first answer died before he spoke it. "The boundary held the outside," Atticus said slowly. "The inside did not hold itself." "Less pretty." "The heat gathered high before impact." "There." Atticus's jaw tightened. "I drew the form correctly." "Then the form was not where you failed." "I set the runes correctly." "Then stop admiring the corpse and find the knife." The words struck harder than they should have. Atticus looked at his own hand. He had wanted the target to crack. He had wanted the result. After release, some part of him had already begun accepting victory before the flame finished its work. "I stopped watching after it left me." Corvin's gaze sharpened. Atticus hated the answer because it was not technical enough to hide behind. "I treated release as the end." "And the spell corrected your arrogance on the target." Atticus looked back at the uneven scorch. "It was still mine after it left my hand." "Yes," Corvin said, and this time the word was not a rung on a ladder. It was a verdict. The old anger still lived in him. It had not disappeared over 6 months. It had become better dressed. Sometimes it wore ambition. Sometimes it wore scholarship. Sometimes it wore the bright, eager face of wanting to be excellent enough that no law could make him feel reduced. He opened his hand. The pale branch mark tightened. "No," he said. Corvin waited. Atticus looked at the target. "No, it was still my responsibility." Corvin nodded once. Battle magic is full of boys who think impact is the end. It is not. A spell is judged by what it does after the caster feels successful. That sounded like law. It also sounded like magic. Atticus remembered a line from one of the legal primers his father still made him read. A claim did not end when spoken. It ended when consequence settled where witness could find it. Spellwork was ruder. It left scorch marks. Corvin pointed at the cracked disc. "What remains yours after release?" Atticus almost said nothing. The answer would have been convenient and therefore wrong. His eyes moved over the target, the heavy scorch above the crack, the clean outer edge, the flame's tidy death against the clay, heat after release, boundary during travel, end condition, the aftermath, all of it had remained his. The consequence, Atticus said. Corvin's face did not change. Now you are near the lesson. Substance, target, scale, direction, boundary, duration, sequence, interaction, isolation, intensity, release, aftermath, variables, not as a list now. As teeth. Every formal spell carried them whether the caster honored them or not. The world did not overlook a variable because a 13-year-old wanted the target to crack cleanly. Corvin had told him that in the second month. The world refuses to ignore what you forgot. Atticus had thought it a fine phrase at the time. Fine phrases were easy until they burned iron posts. Clean it and begin, Corvin said. Atticus drew another form. This time he did not hurry. Heat steadied, direction aligned, boundary held, release waited. He fed power and watched the form after the feeding, not only before it. The flame gathered with a small inward turn, trying to lean into speed before shape had finished. He corrected not by force but by withholding release until the inner heat settled evenly. Then he opened the front edge. The fire struck the target's center. A sharp crack sounded. The clay disc split across the middle in a clean line. Flame died against the face of it and left an even black circle no wider than his palm. The servants near the buckets did not move. The armsman gave the smallest nod. Atticus pretended not to see that either. Corvin examined the target, then the slate. Then Atticus, acceptable. 6 months ago, Atticus would have wanted magnificent. Now acceptable felt like a door unbarred. He lowered his hand and waited for the tremor to pass from his fingers. It was minor today, a little strain through the wrist, a dull warmth behind the eyes, no chest pain, no ringing in the ears, no bright thread of panic under the skin. Improvement, not mastery. Corvin closed his slate. Enough battle flame. Atticus looked toward the remaining target. Corvin closed the slate before the thought reached his mouth. Leave it. I can reach it. That is not an argument for doing so. A stone may reach the bottom of a well. It would prove distance control. It would prove you want to strike the one thing I said not to strike. Atticus said nothing. Corvin turned toward the shaded arcade. Walk. That usually meant the lesson was not over. Atticus followed him out of the casting square and into the shade. The servants moved forward to check the target and cover the smoking sand. The armsman remained at the gate, close enough to hear nothing important and everything dangerous. Corvin stopped beside a stone bench where an old practice sword lay waiting from the prior hour's drill. Atticus had forgotten it was there. Of course Corvin had not. You are better at fire than you were, the tutor said. Atticus distrusted openings like that. He chose caution. Better is not good. No, but it is less embarrassing than yesterday. Atticus looked at the sword. Are we done with magic? For the moment. Then why does that feel like punishment? Because your body has begun to suspect your mind of treason. Atticus did not dignify that with an answer. Corvin sat on the bench. He did not gesture for Atticus to sit, so Atticus remained standing. What did you enjoy about the last working? The control. Corvin gave him a look. Atticus abandoned the lie before it became expensive. The failed one, he said. I enjoyed seeing where it lied. Corvin's mouth shifted slightly. Not a smile, a recognition. Did the spell lie? No, I did. The spell only showed where. Better. Atticus looked at him. Corvin's tone had changed, not softened, focused. The old magister rested both hands on the slate. For months you have done the same thing, Corvin said. A lamp lights and you worry over the smoke. A ward holds and you worry over the place where its line thins. A room warms and you ignore the comfort to study the cold corner. Today you struck the target cleanly, then stared at the failed burn as if it had been more honest with you. Atticus felt exposed. That was absurd. Corvin had watched all of it. He had assigned much of it. Still, having the shape named made it feel newly dangerous. I want to know why it works, Atticus said. That is a common claim. I do not think it is. Corvin's eyes narrowed. Atticus heard his own arrogance and almost withdrew the words. Then he did not. A common student wants enough why to perform the approved spell correctly. I want the part beneath that. The under part. I do not know the proper word. You do. Atticus looked away. Thaumaturgy. The word had become too large to speak casually. He had seen it first as a branch named in books and summaries, then as diagrams of power flow and collapse mechanics, then as a method of asking why the same rune behaved differently when its geometry altered, why alternate structures sometimes succeeded where approved forms resisted, why a ward left untended forgot its shape, why battle flame could appear sound while failing inside itself. Thaumaturgy did not ask him to be heir. It did not pity him for not being one. It did not care whether Lucan wore the clasp. It cared whether a thing was understood. That made it cleaner than law and crueler than comfort. Corvin said, "Speak it." Atticus looked back at him. I am more interested in thaumaturgy than in battle magic. Most sensible people are. But I am more interested in it than wards, alchemy, healing support, signal work, or household utility. Now you sound less sensible. Atticus almost smiled. Corvin did not. The tutor waited. Atticus considered giving a polished answer, because thaumaturgy explains magical structure. Because it is the academic study of why magic works. Because spellform geometry, rune interaction, power flow, collapse mechanics, alternate structures, magical expression, and failure analysis belong to it. All true, all taken from books. Corvin would cut them apart before the sentence finished standing. Atticus looked at the target instead. The flame is only the answer, he said. I want to know the question. Corvin was silent for a long time, long enough that Atticus regretted the phrasing. Then the tutor looked toward the yard. That is either the beginning of a useful mage, or the beginning of a disaster with elegant handwriting. Can it be both? Frequently. Atticus folded his hands behind his back to hide how badly he wanted the answer to mean praise. Corvin saw anyway. Do not preen. I was not. You were composing a modest expression for later use. Atticus abandoned the attempt. Corvin stood. Your father has been informed. Atticus stiffened. Of what? That you have a thaumaturgical bent strong enough to be named before Caldrith receives you. The words moved through him slowly. Named, not felt, not guessed. Named is that good? It is useful. That is not an answer. It is exactly an answer. Good is for outcomes. Useful is for tools, dangers, and boys who may become either. Atticus looked toward the villa. Does father disapprove? Your father disapproves of many things: poor posture, weak seals, carcinians, open emotional display, legal ambiguity unless he is using it. I do not believe your interest in thaumaturgy has yet joined the inner circle. Despite himself, Atticus laughed once. It escaped before he could stop it. Corvin let it pass unpunished. Then he said he is concerned. That is worse. Yes. The yard felt suddenly smaller. Corvin watched him closely. Thaumaturgy is respected at Caldrith. It is not forbidden. It is not shameful. It is not a secret appetite. The college studies magic because human magic must be understood to be taught, examined, improved, and kept lawful. Atticus heard the warning beneath the reassurance. But an intelligent young mage drawn toward why will eventually find doors marked not yet, not yours, not without witness, and never. He must learn the difference before curiosity becomes trespass. Atticus thought of Septimus. The name did not need to be spoken. It entered anyway. Corvin's face gave no sign that he saw it, which meant he did. Did my uncle begin with thaumaturgy? Corvin's gaze moved toward the damaged target. Your uncle began where many brilliant men begin, by deciding the approved answer was too small for the question. That was answer enough. Atticus felt the packet of exercises against his ribs. Is that why you are concerned? Corvin seemed to consider the mercy of refusing the question plainly. I am concerned because you heard his name in a warning that was not spoken. The old anger rose, but it did not find an easy road. That was also 6 months of training. Atticus breathed through it. Then what am I supposed to do? Study. That is what I have been doing. No, you have been consuming. Study is slower. Atticus looked down at his hands. Corvin continued. You will not abandon battle magic because a mage unable to defend himself invites other men to price his learning. You will not abandon wards because every serious student must understand a boundary that remains after his hand leaves the air. You will not sneer at household spellwork. Contempt for utility makes useless scholars. You will continue law because the realm cares less what you meant than what your spell ruined. And yes, you will study thaumaturgy because that is where your mind keeps returning when vanity grows tired. Atticus stood very still. The shape of it settled over him, not permission to abandon other work, permission to name the center. That was different. Corvin reached into his sleeve and withdrew a narrow packet of folded notes tied with blue cord. He held it out. Atticus did not take it at once. What is it? A set of introductory problems in failure analysis, approved for preparatory students when supervised by a licensed instructor. Caldrith problems. Old ones. How old? Old enough to have humiliated better students than you. Atticus took the packet. The cord was plain. The paper smelled faintly of dust and ink. No seal, no forbidden mark, no drama. His fingers tightened anyway. Am I allowed to read them alone? I expect you to. I also expect you not to pretend that reading a supervised exercise makes you the keeper of a sealed art. Atticus looked at the packet. What do they ask? The first asks why 3 lawful spell forms meant to produce the same small flame fail, differently under identical power. Atticus's pulse quickened. Corvin's eyes hardened. There, that expression is why your father will continue dragging you out of the library. I can study and exercise. You can, you often choose not to. I have improved. You have become harder to catch asleep. That is improvement. It is adaptation. Atticus held the packet under one arm. Will this help with the Caldrith entrance examination? Indirectly. Then why give it? Because entrance is not the point. That struck him. For 6 months, Caldrith had been the horizon. Examination, admission, reception, proof that House Vaelisar could still present him polished and prepared. Every lesson had moved toward that gate. Corvin looked toward the villa, then back. Caldrith is a gate into learning, not the learning itself. Your house wants you received without embarrassment. Your father wants you protected by competence. Your mother wants you sharpened without being broken. Your brother wants you not to hate him. I want you to understand that passing an examination is a poor ambition for a mind that keeps asking better questions. Atticus did not know what to say. For once, Corvin did not punish the silence. The servants had finished with the cracked target. One of them lifted the damaged disc from its iron post and carried it toward the repair bench. The scorch mark faced outward as he walked. Atticus watched it pass. He was not looking at the burn, not exactly. He was looking at the part where the burn had failed to match the break, at the place where the spell had shown its hidden imbalance after the fact. Corvin followed his gaze. What are you looking at? The shape it lost. The answer came before Atticus could polish it. Corvin studied him for a moment. Then he nodded once, not approval, not yet, recognition. Good, write that down before you convince yourself you meant it less. Atticus looked at the packet in his hand. Beyond the yard, the villa moved through mourning. Servants, letters, lessons, seals, accounts, water, stone, law. Somewhere inside, Lucan was learning how to carry a chain. Somewhere else, his father was deciding which truths could be moved today without breaking the house. His mother, no doubt, already knew more than anyone had told her. The cracked target was taken away. The smoke thinned. The yard did not wait for him to feel ready. Atticus tucked the packet beneath his arm, opened his marked hand, and followed his tutor back toward the table. Chapter 7. The Robe Before the Gate. Atticus forgot the hour again. He did not mean to. That was the defense he had prepared for Magister Corvin, for his mother, for Marius, and for whatever servant had been sent to discover whether the library still contained a living Vaelisar or only a boy-shaped pile of wax tablets and stubbornness. The defense had one weakness. It was not true. Atticus had known the hour at noon, when the western light first touched the upper shelves. He had known it at mid-afternoon, when a servant brought watered wine and a plate of bread, cheese, and figs he had not asked for, and then removed the plate an hour later with most of it untouched. He had known it when the lamps were lit. He had known it when the second lamp was lit because the first had begun to gutter, and he had complained aloud at the interruption before realizing no one had spoken to him. He knew the hour now. Late, not so late as to be disgraceful, late enough to be argued over. The library of House Vaelisar held many kinds of silence. Morning silence belonged to catalogues, stewards, and the quiet movement of servants dusting shelves too old to forgive neglect. Afternoon silence belonged to study. Evening silence belonged to obsession. By night the room seemed less built than remembered. High shelves, polished ladders, locked cabinets, bronze lamps, old desks scarred by generations of stylus marks, and narrow windows gone black except where they caught the reflection of fire. Atticus sat at the long eastern table with 6 wax tablets open before him, 2 loose folios weighted by a stone ruler, and the first volume of Principles of Foundational Thaumaturgy lying open beneath his left hand. He had read the same passage 8 times. That was not failure. That was siege. The chapter concerned collapse tendency in lawful minor flame forms when heat, direction, boundary, and duration were correctly marked but wrongly sequenced under unequal attention. The author had written with the calm cruelty of a scholar who assumed the reader had already mastered 3 previous arguments and would deserve any suffering caused by pretending otherwise. Atticus loved him for it. He hated him for it. The margin was filled with his own marks, not answers, questions. Why does identical power expose different faults? Is collapse tendency inherent to the form or revealed by stress? Does boundary fail because it weakens or because the caster asks it to serve 2 duties? If direction is perfect and sequence flawed, is the result still a failure of intention? Can a spell form be correct in grammar and false in judgment? That last one had troubled him for 2 nights. It sounded like law, it sounded like his father. Atticus had written it down anyway. His candle had burned low, he should have replaced it. He did not want to break the thought. The treated lamp beside the table stood ready, but he had avoided using it after dusk when he could. It was not dangerous. Corvin had said so. That did not make it less distracting. Prepared things still pressed against the part of him that knew how to notice them, and study was hard enough without arguing with a lamp. The door opened. Atticus did not look up. "Marius, tell my mother I am near the end of the section." No answer came. That was how he knew it was not Marius. Atticus looked up. Senator Lucian Vaelisar stood in the doorway, one hand resting on the bronze handle, the other holding a folded dark cloth over his arm. He was not dressed for guests. No formal white. No court chain in full display. The house chain remained, of course. Lucian wore it as other men wore a spine. But his robe was deep blue, simple by Vaelisar standards, and his hair had been loosened slightly at the temples in a way that meant the day had been long enough to win one small victory over discipline. Atticus began to rise. His father lifted 2 fingers. "Finish the sentence." Atticus froze. What? You heard me. Atticus looked down at the page. He had no idea where the sentence began. That was humiliating. Cassian saw. Of course he saw. He crossed the room without comment and stopped beside the table. His gaze moved over the open book, the wax tablets, the notes, the untouched cup, the dead candle, the waiting lamp, and Atticus's ink-stained fingers. You have been reading beyond the assigned portion. It was necessary. That is what men say when appetite has stolen the word duty and dressed itself in its clothes. Atticus closed the book halfway, keeping one finger in the place. I understood most of it. Most. Enough to know where I did not. Cassian looked at him for a moment. The answer seemed to please him. Naturally, he did not say so. Instead he said, "That is not the worst beginning." Atticus looked at the folded cloth over his father's arm. What is that? A reason you will stop reading. That seems an expensive use for cloth. It is several expensive uses for cloth. Cassian set it on the cleared end of the table. Only then did Atticus notice the second thing, a long cedar case tucked beneath his father's other arm, darkly polished and bound with narrow bronze straps. He had hidden it by angle and habit, making something costly appear accidental until he wished it seen. A very Vaelisar talent. Cassian placed the case beside the folded cloth, but did not open it yet. Magister Corvin and I have been speaking. Atticus's first instinct was alarm. His second was worse, hope. He kept both from his face badly enough that his father's mouth tightened with faint amusement. Do not look as though judgment has arrived in boots. This is not censure. That is usually said before censure. By clumsy men. Atticus sat straighter. Cassian rested one hand on the cedar case. Corvin believes that within a month, perhaps a little more if your pride injures the schedule, you will be prepared to sit the Caldrith entrance examination. The library changed, not visibly. The shelves remained shelves. The lamps remained lamps. The first volume of Principles of Foundational Thaumaturgy remained open beneath Atticus's hand, still waiting to finish its argument with him. But the room changed. For 6 months, Caldrith had been a direction. A gate somewhere beyond preparation, law, family wound, tutor's slate, practice yard, failed flame, and late-night pages. Within a month made it a road. Atticus did not speak. His father watched the silence carefully. You have a strong basic understanding, Cassian said. Corvin's words, not mine. Your spell-form grammar is uneven but improving. Your control is no longer embarrassing. Your theoretical appetite is excessive but not yet diseased. For entry-level preparation, he believes you are more than ready to be examined. More than ready. I have not known Corvin to use the phrase accidentally. Atticus looked down because looking at his father became difficult. A month, Caldrith, first form, not as a rumor, not as family plan. Not as comfort offered to a son who had lost something too large to name every morning. A real examination, a real gate. His hand tightened on the edge of the book. Cassian noticed that too. Do not mistake this for a rival. Atticus's head came up. No. Caldrith will not care that you are a Vaelisar except where it makes your errors more interesting. It will not care that you have read late, burned targets, pleased Corvin on rare occasions, or wounded your dignity against a dozen basic lessons. It will test whether you can be taught there without wasting the college's time. That is what I want. Good. Wanting properly saves time. Cassian unfolded the cloth. Red and gold spilled across the table. Atticus forgot the book entirely. The robe was not formal court dress. It did not try to be. Its beauty belonged to purpose. Deep red wool so finely woven it seemed almost smooth as water, lined at the inner hem with gold thread, reinforced at the cuffs, shoulders, and throat. The cut was younger than a master's robe, less severe, meant for a student not yet entitled to look like a scholar who had survived himself. Narrow bands of gold worked the edges, not gaudy, not modest. Student-cut Vaelisar colors and work costly enough that Caldrith would understand exactly what kind of house had sent him. The left breast bore no rank mark yet. That absence pulled at him. Cashin saw where he looked. You have not earned one. Atticus let his hand hover over the empty breast. The absence is loud enough. Good, some boys require the robe to teach them what the mirror cannot. Atticus reached toward the sleeve, then stopped. Cashin gave the smallest nod. Only then did Atticus touch it. The cloth was heavier than it looked, warm but not soft in the indulgent way of house garments. It had strength under the weave. When Atticus turned the cuff, he saw fine reinforcement worked between the outer cloth and the lining, thin as hidden logic. Defensive. Resistant, Cashin corrected. Not defensive. Do not let tailors and enchanters sell you courage by the sleeve. Atticus traced the edge of the cuff. Abrasion warding. Minor abrasion resistance. Heat mitigation. Limited magical resistance against low-level accident and poor aim. It will protect you from the common humiliations of early study. And uncommon ones. Those will remain educational. Atticus almost smiled. The robe smelled faintly of cedar, clean wool, and the sharp ghost of workshop oils. He could feel the prepared work in it, but lightly. Not a shout, not a ward wall, a disciplined restraint threaded through matter. Who made it? House tailors cut the robe. A licensed Aurelionist shop handled the reinforcement. Caldrith approved work. Student protective work. Expensive enough to be respectable, limited enough to remain honest. Atticus looked back at the robe. Something warm and uncomfortable moved beneath his ribs. His father was still speaking in the language of cost and suitability, because both were safer than affection. Atticus understood that now more than he had 6 months ago, a costly thing could be discussed. Love had to be smuggled through acceptable channels. Wool, thread, reinforced cuffs, a month before examination. It will need inspection before I leave. And again at Caldrith if the college requires it. Atticus nodded. That made sense. An enchantment was not a promise immune to time. It was a function housed in matter. Matter endured use badly if men pretended use had no cost. Cashin lifted the left side of the robe and turned the inner pocket outward. The pocket did not look large enough for much beyond a folded letter, a small notebook, or a student's pride. Inside it rested a stone, small, dark, unimpressive at first. Then Atticus felt it. His attention caught on the stone the way cloth caught on a thorn. The rune set into its surface was no crude charm, no simple holding mark. It was fine work, deep work. A spatial fold bound through disciplined geometry so tight that the surface seemed almost ordinary until the mind tried to follow where the rune insisted the pocket continued. The stone was not an arcane crystal. It did not glow, feed power, or promise miracles. It served as an anchor for a fixed spatial enchantment, and that was costly enough. Atticus stopped breathing. Cashin watched him, careful. Atticus withdrew his hand at once. I did not touch it. You leaned toward it. That is not illegal. It is how many expensive accidents introduce themselves. Atticus looked again, more carefully this time. The stone had been sewn into a hidden inner seam and seated in a small leather setting, itself attached to the pocket with gold thread anchoring marks and nearly invisible ward stitches. The pocket had been bound to a small folded storage space through a fixed spatial enchantment keyed to the stone and limited by measure. Rare, private, absurdly costly. Atticus looked at the hidden seam again, then at his father. No student is issued this. No Vaelisar son of mine will arrive with common pockets and public inconvenience. That is not an answer. It cost several decisions. That was worse. Money was one thing. Decisions meant favors, licenses, old relationships, letters, witnesses, maybe a law brother's review depending on the craft house and the stone's provenance. Spatial storage was not common utility work. It was not a kitchen lamp or a heated bath seal. It was private, expensive, regulated, and so rare that most nobles boasted of less. Cashin touched the seam beside the pocket. The space is small. Do not imagine trunks, libraries, or contraband comforts. It is suitable for a limited number of books, writing instruments, approved supplies, and whatever student nonsense Caldrith allows boys to pretend is necessary. How small? Large enough to help, too small to hide a body. Atticus looked at him. Cashin's expression remained grave. That was a joke. A very Vaelisar one. Then it was excellent and poorly timed. Atticus laughed before he could prevent it. The sound felt strange in the library. His father allowed it to live. Then he reached into the pocket. His hand disappeared farther than the cloth had any right to allow. Atticus saw the geometry answer around the motion, not opening like a mouth, not stretching, not bending visibly, but accepting a permitted contradiction because the enchantment had been made to hold that contradiction in one narrow, lawful way. Cashin withdrew a book. Atticus's laugh died. The volume was bound in dark red leather, newer than the text beneath his hand, with a gold-stamped title and a narrow seal of Caldrith approval impressed beneath the author's name. Principles of Foundational Thaumaturgy. Second edition. Expanded commentary and corrected exercises. Atticus rose without meaning to. His chair scraped against the floor. The sound was obscene. Cashin looked at the chair, then at him. Atticus did not apologize. He was too busy staring at the book. The second edition. The second edition. He knew it existed. Of course he knew. The preface of his current volume mentioned the author's later corrections in bitter footnotes added by another scholar 30 years after the original printing. Corvin had referred to the second edition twice and refused to discuss either reference because, in his words, some books were ladders and some were cliffs drawn by men who disliked children. Atticus had searched the Vaelisar catalog. No copy. He had checked the locked upper cabinet listings. No copy. He had asked Marius whether any recent acquisition had arrived from Aurelianus under academic seal, and Marius had said, with insulting calm, that he did not inventory miracles. And now it sat in his father's hand. Newer binding, clean pages, Caldrith approval, expanded commentary, corrected exercises. Atticus reached for it. Cashin lifted it slightly out of reach. That was cruel, it was also fatherhood. Listen first. Atticus forced his hand down. The effort was visible. Cashin seemed pleased by that too. Magister Corvin does not want you reading this until you finish the first volume and understand it thoroughly. Atticus's eyes stayed fixed on the book. How thoroughly? Thoroughly enough that he cannot use your ignorance for sport. That may be impossible. Then you should begin at once. Atticus looked at him. Cashin's expression had not changed, but something nearly human moved behind it. He expects me to read it anyway. He expects you to attempt it. That is different. He expects you to learn the difference. Cashin laid the second edition on top of the folded robe. Atticus did not touch it yet. That restraint deserved a statue, possibly a temple. His father continued. You should not be surprised if you do not fully understand it. I understand more than I did. Yes, that is how pride becomes dangerous. It mistakes improvement for authority. Atticus looked at the title. Second edition, expanded commentary, corrected exercises. How far beyond me is it? Beyond a first-form student. That should have cooled him. It did not. It only made the book brighter. Cashin saw that and sighed through his nose. You have just become more interested. I was already interested. You have become interested in a way that will cost sleep." Atticus did not deny it. His father rested one hand on the table beside the robe. "There is nothing forbidden in that volume. Hear me carefully. If it were forbidden, you would not have it. This is not Septimus's ghost passing a key under a locked door." The name struck the room. Atticus stilled. Cassian did not take it back. "The book is lawful, advanced, not prohibited, difficult, not secret, approved, not hidden. Those distinctions matter. A Vaelisar who cannot distinguish them becomes a danger to himself before he becomes useful to anyone else." Atticus swallowed. "I know." "No, you are beginning to know." "That is enough for today." The correction did not humiliate him as much as it would have months ago. That meant Corvin had damaged him usefully. Cassian looked toward the open first volume. "You will finish what you began." "I plan to." "Finishing honestly is not the same as reaching the last page," Cassian said. "You will understand the argument well enough to restate it without parroting the author, challenge one part of it without vanity, and apply it to a small working without setting fire to the wrong object." The post deserved it. No object deserves becoming evidence of carelessness. Atticus accepted that with more grace than the old post deserved. Cassian touched the second edition with 2 fingers. "When you open this, you will likely understand less than you wish. That is not shame, it is distance. A road looks shorter to boys who have not walked." Atticus looked at his father. "You sound as though you want me to wait." "I want you to learn restraint. Waiting is merely one of its duller costumes." "But you gave it to me now." Cassian's gaze held his. "Yes." The answer did more than any explanation would have. Trust then, not permission without boundary, not indulgence, trust shaped like a test. Atticus looked down before his face betrayed too much. His father spared him by turning back to the robe. "The storage pocket is keyed to the stone, the robe, and your touch. Corvin will teach you its proper use. Until then you will not force it, overfill it, test its limit for amusement, place living creatures within it, store food unless wrapped and permitted, hide correspondence from your instructors, or attempt to discover whether ink freezes in a bounded space." Atticus blinked. "Has someone done that?" "Several someones. Caldrith has a long memory for foolish boys with expensive garments." "I would not hide correspondence." "I have seen your library notes. You would hide questions in a coffin if you thought they might hatch." "That was unfair, not inaccurate." Cassian continued, "The robe's protections are safeguards, not excuses. Abrasion resistance will not save you from falling like an idiot. Heat mitigation will not make you immune to fire. Magical resistance will not make you invulnerable to hostile spellwork, failed spellwork, or your own cleverness. Do not confuse protection with permission." Atticus touched the cuff again. "I understand." His father gave him a dry look. "I have known you since infancy. Choose a less ambitious verb." Atticus breathed once. "I am listening." "Better." The word came differently from Cassian than from Corvin, sharper, older, more dangerous because it mattered more. Atticus ran his fingers along the robe's inner lining. He could imagine wearing it in the entrance hall of Caldrith, walking among other students, some noble, some not, some frightened, some pretending not to be, all of them carrying gift, ambition, training, family expectation, private terror, or some mixture of the 4. He imagined the first day. Then he stopped. A month was not a rival. His father was right, annoyingly. What happens if I fail the examination? Then you learn why, correct it, and sit again when prepared. That answer entered Atticus more gently than comfort would have. No disgrace. Disgrace belongs to cowardice, dishonor, cruelty, public idiocy, and poor tailoring at formal events. Failure under honest examination is inconvenient. Do not promote it. Atticus looked down at the robe. I do not want to fail. Good, fear of failure is useful when it bows to discipline. When it begins issuing orders, dismiss it. The library was quiet around them. For once, the quiet did not feel like evening obsession. It felt like a room holding its breath around the table where a father had placed a road in cloth and leather and stone. Atticus touched the book at last. The second edition's cover was cool beneath his fingers. He did not open it. That was the hardest thing he had done all day. Cassian noticed. Corvin will be disappointed. Because I did not open it. Because you denied him an easy complaint. I can open it if that would help him. Your generosity toward your tutor's happiness is noted and rejected. Atticus smiled despite himself. His father's face almost changed. Almost. Cassian folded the robe carefully and set the second edition beside it. Tomorrow, the tailor's assistant will come to make final adjustments. You have grown since the measurements. I have not grown that much. You have grown enough to make tailors mutter. That is the unit by which noble boys are measured. Atticus looked at the robe, then the book, then the small stone in the pocket. The spatial rune waited without calling. The cloth held its prepared restraint. The book was only paper, ink, argument, and danger of a lawful kind. Caldrith was a month away, perhaps, a gate, not the learning itself, but still a gate. Cassian moved toward the door. At the threshold he stopped. Lucian. Atticus looked up. His father's hand rested on the doorframe. When you go to Caldrith, you will go as my son. The words were plain, too plain. Atticus did not trust himself to answer quickly. Cassian continued before he had to, not as apology, not as remainder, not as a clever arrangement forced upon the house by law, my son. The library blurred for half a heartbeat. Atticus hated that, loved it, hated that too. Yes, father. Cassian studied him once as if memorizing the answer and refusing to admit it. Then he nodded. Finish your sentence, then bed. Atticus looked down at the open first volume. For a terrible moment, he still did not know where the sentence began. Then he found it, not by panic, by attention. Cassian left. The door closed softly behind him. Atticus remained at the table with the robe, the second edition, the stone-bound pocket, and the first book still open beneath his hand. He wanted to open the new volume so badly his fingers ached. Instead, he turned back to the old page. The author's sentence waited where he had left it, severe and unfinished. Atticus read it once, then again. This time he understood why the argument had resisted him. Not fully enough to continue. The second edition lay beside him, red and gold in the lamplight, beyond him and not forbidden. That made it worse, that made it perfect. Atticus dipped his stylus into the softened wax of a fresh tablet and wrote one line before returning to the text. Advanced is not forbidden. Difficult is not secret. Then, after a moment, he added a third. Trust is not permission. Chapter 8. 6 Pieces of Ice. Atticus did not wear the robe. It waited in his chamber on the cedar stand where the tailor's assistant had left it after the final measurements. Red and gold, and patient in the way costly things sometimes became when they knew a boy was weaker than his own imagination. The sleeves had been adjusted. The shoulders had been let out by a finger's width. The hem had been corrected so it would fall properly over walking shoes and not drag like a child playing scholar in borrowed cloth. He had touched it once that morning, only once. Then he had dressed in his ordinary practice tunic, belted his sleeves back, and gone to the yard. Corvin noticed, of course. Corvin noticed missing dust on a windowsill, resentment in a half-bow, weak chalk in a drawn line, and cowardice hiding beneath vocabulary. A robe left unworn had no chance of escaping him. The old magister stood beside the practice table under the eastern arcade, setting out chalk, a brass cup, a clay lamp, a shallow basin of water, and 3 small panels of prepared wood marked with household warding lines. The morning was cool. A thin wind moved over the yard wall and carried the smell of wet stone from the villa's channels. "You misplaced a robe," Corvin said. Atticus tightened the wrap around his right wrist. "It is in my chamber." "Ah, then the robe has misplaced a student." "I have not earned it." Corvin looked at him over the top of the prepared wood panel. "You have earned cloth. You are waiting to earn the boy you imagine wearing it." Atticus had no clean answer to that, so he picked up the practice chalk. Corvin allowed the evasion because he was merciful in small, insulting ways. They began with household work. That had once disappointed Atticus. Household spellwork sounded smaller than battle magic until one had to do it correctly. A careless battle flame might scorch a target. A careless hearthward could blind a cook with smoke, crack a warming stone, or teach a kitchen lamp to overanswer every draft as if wind itself were an enemy. Household work did not become lesser because people trusted it daily. If anything, that made failure more rude. Corvin placed the first wooden panel flat on the table. "Fire spread ward." Atticus drew the boundary line first, not the fire rune. He had learned that lesson early. A ward that remembered fire before remembering where fire did not belong was only panic with grammar. The first line settled cleanly. Warning came next. Delay, heat recognition. Local boundary, short duration. A servant's ward, not a hall ward. Useful near a lamp shelf, a kitchen curtain, a dry herb rack, or a place where ordinary people might place ordinary stupidity too near flame. He fed it lightly. The panel answered with a dull red shimmer along the drawn edge, then faded into almost nothing. Corvin held a lit taper near the mark. The flame bent away. Not far, enough, acceptable. Atticus let out a breath. Corvin turned the panel over and pointed to the back edge. "You forgot the second stroke on the return." Atticus leaned closer. He had a small omission, easy to miss, the sort of mistake that would hold in demonstration and fail in use. He grimaced. "Ugly." "Ugly can still be honest. Fix it." Atticus fixed it. They moved to the clay lamp. This was not the treated library lamp, not the Vaelisar bath heating system, not any of the old imperial workings that had first lured his attention toward arrogance. It was a plain student lamp, safely emptied, set on a tile marked with old scorch. The exercise was not to light it. It was to prepare a basic heat control line that kept the lamp from answering too eagerly once lit by ordinary fire. Atticus drew the form slowly. Heat. Limit, duration, dampening, release only when the lamp cooled. Corvin watched without speaking. That was better than praise and worse than censure. Atticus finished, then stopped before feeding power. He looked again. The duration line was too generous, not wrong, generous. A generous duration near heat was a cousin to vanity. He corrected it. Corvin's chalk touched the slate once. Atticus fed the working. The lamp accepted the form. When Corvin lit the wick, the flame burned steadier than ordinary flame, not brighter. When he passed his hand near the side of the clay, it warmed but did not bite. "Better," Corvin said. Atticus almost smiled. Almost. Then they turned to the water. The basin had been filled from the eastern channel and left in the shade until the surface held the morning's chill. A simple water heating ward was one of the most common domestic exercises taught to gifted children who came from houses wealthy enough to risk mistakes in controlled rooms rather than kitchens. Atticus disliked it, not because it was hard, because it punished impatience more quietly than fire did. Fire shouted when wrong, water tattled later. He set the form over the basin with a narrow ring and 4 small controlling marks. Heat entered slowly, too fast and the water would steam at the edges while remaining cold beneath. Too much and the basin might crack. Too little and Corvin would say nothing for a full minute, which was much worse than mockery. This time the warmth spread evenly. Atticus held it long enough for the faint chill to leave the surface, then ended the form. Corvin dipped 2 fingers in. Good. Atticus waited for the knife, hidden behind the word. Corvin dried his fingers on a cloth. Do not look wounded. I occasionally mean what I say. Atticus distrusted that on principle. A shadow fell across the yard entrance. Senator Lucian Vaelisar stood beneath the gate arch, one hand resting on the stone, the other holding a folded letter. He had not come dressed for ceremony. The house chain lay on his breast, catching dull light. 2 guards waited far enough behind him to remain guards rather than audience. Atticus straightened. Corvin did not. "My Lord Senator," the Magister said. Lucian's gaze moved from the warded panel to the lamp, to the basin, to Atticus's unadorned practice tunic. "No robe." Atticus felt the words strike where Corvin's had already bruised. "I have not passed the examination." Lucian studied the plain practice tunic as if it had made an argument. "So the robe waits." "So do I." "Good, let it become hungry too." Corvin made a small sound that might have been approval or indigestion. Lucian stepped closer to the table. "What has he ruined today?" "Very little." "That is either progress or concealment." "Both are traditional among students." Atticus said, "I corrected the fire spread ward." Lucian looked at the panel. Corvin slid it toward him without explanation. His father did not pretend to be a mage. That was one of the things Atticus respected most about him. Lucian understood law, cost, danger, and utility. He did not pretend that made him competent to judge rune grammar. Instead, he looked at the thing as a lord of a house should look at it, what it promised, what it cost, where it might fail, who would be blamed. Where would this be placed? "Near lamp shelves, small storage rooms, or dry cloth," Atticus said. "It delays spread and gives warning. It does not quench the fire." Lucian nodded, "If trusted too much. It becomes an accomplice to carelessness." Corvin glanced at him. Atticus ignored the glance with great discipline. Lucian moved to the clay lamp. "And this?" "Heat control for a small lamp or warming vessel. Limited duration. Low answer, it steadies, it does not strengthen." "Failure." "Overheat, uneven heat, cracked vessel, or a lamp that remains warm after it should have gone cold." "Who notices first?" Atticus paused. That was not a spellform question. "Good. A servant," he said, "or a cook, or whoever touches it because the mage has already left." Lucian's mouth nearly softened. "Nearly. Remember that at Caldrith, learned men are very fond of leaving rooms." Corvin looked faintly offended. Not enough to deny it. Lucian remained a little while longer as they moved into basic battle work, not war work, not anything shaped for field destruction, siege, or military-scale harm. Battle magic here meant the permitted personal defense of a mage who might someday face a duel, a knife, a thrown stone, a frightened animal, a hostile spell, or the common human decision to do violence at close range. Atticus formed a small battle flame and sent it into a sand tray. He drew a simple force-checking mark that could turn a light shove aside if established before impact. He failed the first chill form because he overfed the cold mark and frosted the edge of the basin instead of the water's surface. Corvin looked at the white rim. "You have chilled the container's opinion." Atticus corrected the form without answering. Lucian watched that too, the silence after failure, the correction, the absence of argument. Atticus felt his father see more than the frost. After the next attempt succeeded, Lucian folded the letter and tucked it away. "I have petitions." That meant he was leaving. It also meant he had seen enough. Atticus bowed his head. "Father." "Lucian." Lucian looked at Corvin. "Magister." "My Lord Senator." At the gate, Lucian paused. "Leave the far target unburned." Atticus looked up sharply. His father left before he could answer. Corvin waited until the senator's footsteps faded under the arcade. "Your family has an indecent gift for making instruction hereditary." "He watches too much." "He is a father. It is one of the less avoidable symptoms. Atticus did not answer. He looked toward the practice table. His handwritten notes lay inside his leather folder beneath 2 wax tablets, where he had placed them before the lesson began, and then spent the entire morning pretending not to know they existed. Corvin saw his eyes move. Out with it. Atticus looked back. I have a form I want you to examine. Most dangerous sentences begin with a young man believing want has improved the noun. It is not forbidden. Students rarely introduce forbidden things so helpfully. It is defensive. That has never saved a bad idea. Atticus took the folded sheet from his folder and held it out before his courage could become too intelligent and retreat. Corvin did not take it at once. What is it meant to do? Atticus kept his voice even. Hold 6 small ice bodies in orbit around the caster for a short duration. They intercept minor strikes if the timing is correct. Corvin took the paper. He read. Atticus watched his face. That was always a mistake and always irresistible. Corvin did not become alarmed. He did not become impressed. He did not reveal the hidden face of a man witnessing forbidden genius or terrible folly. His eyes moved over the lines, paused twice, returned once to the upper margin, and then settled on the little correction Atticus had written beside the duration mark. The corner of Corvin's mouth shifted. Not a smile. Nearly. This should work. Atticus straightened before he could stop himself. Corvin handed the paper back. Do not look as though you have seduced mystery. You have reconstructed a student defensive form old enough to have bored my first instructor. The words struck like cold water. Atticus looked down at the notes. So I reconstructed an old lesson. Poorly enough to remain educational. I found the shape from the defensive warding chapter. You found the bones of it. That is not nothing. Atticus hated how much the smaller praise mattered. Corvin continued. A more experienced first-form student might be permitted to attempt it under supervision. A sensible one would fail several times before bragging. Let us discover which kind you are. Atticus folded the sheet carefully. I thought. I know what you thought. Keep some shame for later. Caldrith will give you reasons. Atticus looked toward the basin. How is it supplied? Water first, cold second, shape third, motion last. If you try motion before shape, you will create ugly hail around your ankles. If you try cold before boundary, you will waste power frosting your sleeves. If you trust the pieces after they form, they will leave the place where the strike actually comes. That was more instruction than Corvin usually gave before an attempt. It made Atticus cautious. Corvin noticed. Good. The spell is not clever because ice circles you. It is useful because each piece has a duty and the duties do not become confused. Atticus nodded. He moved the basin to the center of the chalk square. Corvin stopped him with one raised hand. Not there. Atticus looked down. The square still held scorched dust from the earlier battle flame. He moved the basin to a clean mark near the shaded side of the yard. Corvin pointed to the armsman near the gate. Padded baton, no blade. The household armsman had spent enough years in Vaelisar service to know that practice weapons still found bones. Corvin addressed him mostly as you and not yet, which seemed to satisfy everyone except the armsman. He selected a short practice baton wrapped in leather and cloth. He came forward without comment. Atticus centered himself before the basin. He drew boundary first, then cold, then division, 6 places, not 6 walls, 6 bodies. Shape came next. He kept them smaller than vanity wanted, each no larger than a man's hand spread wide, thick enough to intercept, not thick enough to pretend at armor. He pulled from the basin, not the air. Water rose in 6 trembling streams, bright in the morning light. The streams froze too soon. The little pieces formed, pale and rough. Then all 6 dropped around his boots with a hard clatter. One broke against the stone. The armsman did not smile. That showed admirable courage. Corvin looked at the fallen chunks. "You have made weather, try defense." Atticus's face warmed. He reset the form. This time he delayed the cold, shaped first, and held the division more cleanly. The 6 pieces rose. Frost smoked faintly from their edges. They began to move around him in a slow, uneven circle. For half a breath, satisfaction rose. Then one piece clipped his sleeve. Another drifted too wide. The third passed behind him and lingered there as if guarding a memory. The orbit warped, leaving his left side open. The armsman did not need Corvin's command. He stepped forward and tapped Atticus lightly on the exposed shoulder with the padded baton. The ice pieces continued their useless little parade. Atticus closed his hand. They fell. Corvin's eyebrows lifted. "Congratulations, you have invented a way to be struck from behind while looking busy." The armsman stepped back to the gate. Atticus looked at the wet marks on the stone. The first failure had lacked motion. The second had possessed motion without judgment. 6 bodies did not make a guard, 6 duties did. He looked at his notes once, then turned the page over. Corvin saw. Brave. "I am tired of copying myself badly." Less brave, more irritated, still usable. Atticus drew again, boundary first but not close. If the ice circled too near, it became ornament and hazard. Too far, and it became weather with ambitions, cold after shape. Division held by sequence, not by force. Motion last, slow enough that he could know where each piece was without chasing them in panic. The water rose, 6 streams. 6 rough plates, each with uneven edges because perfection would cost concentration he needed elsewhere. They took their places around him, not quickly, not dramatically. One before his left shoulder, one near his right hip, one behind and high, one behind and low. 2 crossing slowly before him at different heights. The orbit breathed. Atticus felt each piece tug at the edge of his attention, not calling, reporting. That was different. Corvin looked to the armsman. The armsman moved. This time he did not strike slowly. The padded baton came in toward Atticus's ribs. The nearest ice plate shifted. Not far enough. The baton struck the ice with a hard crack. The plate shattered into 3 pieces and fell smoking to the ground. The remaining 5 stuttered, then continued their slow orbit badly but not uselessly. Atticus held the form 2 breaths longer, then ended it before pride asked for proof it had not earned. The pieces fell and broke around him. For a moment no one spoke. Atticus's wrist ached. Cold bit through his fingers and left the nails pale. His breath had gone thin. The basin was nearly empty. He looked at Corvin. Corvin looked at the broken ice, then at the armsman. Would it have stopped a blade? The armsman rolled the baton in his hand. A light cut if the ice met it cleanly, not a thrust, not a heavy man, not twice from the same side. Corvin looked at Atticus. Listen to men who strike things for a living. They are less romantic about being stopped. Atticus nodded. He did not trust himself to speak yet. Corvin stepped into the chalk square. Now watch the old, boring version. He did not use the basin. That irritated Atticus immediately. Corvin drew with one hand and gathered damp from the air, the stone, and the basin's remaining skin of water. He did not hurry, he did not make a show of it. 6 pieces of ice formed around him, smaller than Atticus's, clearer at the center and rougher at the striking edge. They entered orbit without wobble, no brightness, no flourish, disgustingly competent. The armsman struck without waiting. One ice piece shifted and took the blow. It cracked, held, and spun away. A second moved into the gap before the first had fully fallen out of line. The orbit adjusted around the wound in itself. Atticus stared. "You knew this form." "I have taught this form." "I thought you meant you had taught the theory." "I am beginning to understand why your father worries." Atticus flushed. Corvin released the spell. The ice fell neatly into one wet pile as if even its collapse had attended lessons. "It is basic defensive spellwork," Corvin said. "Useful, limited, and old. A student form, not a miracle. It buys a breath against a small danger. A breath is often the difference between a living mage and an instructive corpse. Atticus looked at the wet pile. His own ice had fallen everywhere, naturally. It felt difficult. It is difficult. Basic does not mean easy. It means other people have already survived learning why it is difficult. That answer struck harder than mockery. Atticus looked down at his notes. He had felt, for one foolish moment, as if he had reached ahead of his lessons and touched something brilliant. He had not invented. He had reconstructed poorly from hints, need, and stubbornness. And yet Corvin had let him try. That mattered too. You allowed it. Because it was known, supervised, defensive, and only dangerous in ordinary ways. Also because you brought it to me before attempting it alone. Atticus folded the paper along its old crease. I would not have attempted it alone. Corvin gave him a look. Atticus corrected himself. I hope I would not have. Better, hope is less offensive when it knows it needs discipline. The armsman returned the baton to the rack. Corvin moved to the table and took up his slate. Write down the failure. Which one? Corvin's chalk paused. Atticus regretted the question immediately. The magister turned. The first failure taught you that formed ice without governed motion is only falling water with pretensions. The second taught you that motion without useful placement is ceremony. The third taught you that a successful defense may still lose a piece, deform, and require ending before it becomes a second danger. Choose anyone if your hand tires. Choose all three if your pride does. Atticus took up the chalk. No ladder, no easy answer, no robe, not yet. The red and gold student garment waited in his chamber, unworn and patient. Caldrith waited beyond the month, full of old forms other people had already broken themselves against. The thought should have humiliated him. It did, a little. But beneath that, brighter and harder to confess, it thrilled him. Known did not mean small. Basic did not mean shallow. Other minds had reached the form first, shaped it, tested it, taught it, watched students ruin it, and kept it alive because it still bought a breath against a blade. Atticus wrote carefully. 6 pieces do not make a guard. Then he stopped. Corvin watched from the table. Atticus added the second line. A known form is not a lesser form. The old magister read it upside down. For once he did not correct the sentence. Atticus looked back at the broken ice, then lowered his chalk to the tablet again. Chapter 9. The First Gate. Atticus wore the robe because his father had insisted. That did not make it lighter. The red wool sat cleanly across his shoulders, heavier than ordinary cloth and more honest about being expensive. Gold thread marked the edges without begging for admiration. The reinforced cuffs rested against his wrists. The hidden pocket sat quiet against his left side, its folded storage stone doing nothing visible, which was the proper behavior of costly artifice that had not been invited into use. He had not wanted to wear it. Cashin had listened to that objection in the front hall of the villa with the patience of a man watching a servant bring the wrong seal to the wrong document. You do not wear it because you have passed, his father had said. You wear it because you are presenting yourself to be judged. That had ended the matter. So Atticus wore the robe. He stood now before the Eastern examination entrance of Caldrith with Magister Corvin at his side and the first clean terror of the day sitting beneath his ribs. Caldrith did not rise like a castle. It did not need to. Its walls were pale stone and old imperial brick. Arches joined lecture courts to narrow towers, and sealed windows looked down from lintels carved by generations that had believed learning should look lawful before it looked beautiful. There were no banners snapping like a tourney field, no trumpet, no line of armored men making the entrance feel important for those too dull to notice stone. Caldrith made quiet look like authority. The outer court smelled of rain-damp paving, ink, wax, old dust, trimmed herbs, and something faintly sharp from a distant laboratory chimney. Students crossed the far colonnade in pairs and small knots. Some wore plain robes. Some wore noble colors, some carried tablets under one arm and anxiety under the other. A young woman near the fountain argued with an older student over whether a sequence line could be reversed if the anchor held. The older student said something too soft for Atticus to hear. The young woman went pale and began checking her tablet again. Corvin watched the exchange. "Comforting place," he said. Atticus looked at him. "Was that meant to help?" "No. If I tried encouragement this close to the door, you would distrust me and be correct." A clerk in gray scholar's cloth approached with a wax tablet and a narrow strip of blue cord tied at his wrist. "Candidate name." Atticus answered before Corvin could. "Atticus Lucian Vaelisar." The clerk marked the tablet, "House sponsor." "House Vaelisar." "Tutor of preparation." "Magister Tiber Corvin." The clerk glanced at Corvin, then looked back at the tablet with the controlled expression of a man who had found an old stain where he expected clean parchment. Corvin said, "You have been recognized. Endure it quietly." The clerk did not rise to it. "Candidate Vaelisar, you will enter with this sitting. Tutors wait beyond the second arch unless summoned. No coaching after threshold. No private notes inside the examination rooms unless requested by the examiners. No live spellwork outside instructed circles. No use of enchanted storage during testing. No appeal to family rank after entry." Atticus said, "Understood." The clerk looked at him properly then. "Say less than that inside unless asked." Corvin made a pleased sound. Atticus chose not to look at him. The clerk moved on. 11 candidates waited in the examination court. Not a crowd. Enough. A tall noble boy in green-trimmed black stood with his chin lifted as if the heir had failed to bow properly. A girl in a severe scholar's robe whispered rune names under her breath while touching each finger in sequence. A broad-shouldered boy with ink on his cuff had the look of someone sponsored by a guild or workshop and determined not to be impressed by stone. Near the far wall, a temple-supported candidate wore a small Selwyn measure knot at the throat and watched the entrance as if memorizing the architecture might help. Atticus did not know any of them. That helped. It also did not. He had spent most of his life being measured against Lucan, against inheritance, against House Vaelisar, against an uncle no one would speak of plainly. Standing among other gifted children made him feel both less doomed and less important. Corvin stopped before the second arch. "This is where I cease being useful." "That is not true." "It is true for the next several hours. I expect you to enjoy the novelty." Atticus looked beyond the arch. A door stood open at the far end, where 2 older students guided candidates into the inner hall one by one. "What if I fail?" "Then you will know what Caldrith saw clearly." "That is a cold answer." "It is a useful one. Keep useful things close today." Atticus drew breath. Corvin's voice lost a little of its edge. "I have taught you enough to fail honestly. That is more than many tutors manage." Atticus looked at him. "Is that encouragement?" "Do not cheapen it." That was the nearest thing to tenderness Corvin had brought to Caldrith. Atticus held it carefully and stepped through the arch. The first room held desks. That almost offended him. After 6 months of expectation, fear, study, practice, robes, lectures, corrections, late nights, burned targets, broken ice, and his father's silence standing behind every lesson, the first examination room looked like a room where clerks copied tax rolls. Long tables, slate boards, wax tablets, sand trays, 3 examiners at the front, tall windows set high in the wall, good light. No ornament except a carved lintel marked with Selwyn's measure and a plain inscription beneath it. The voice may guide, the spell obeys the form. Atticus read it once, then once more. The candidates were seated apart. An examiner with silver-threaded hair and a narrow mouth stood behind the front table. Beside her sat a broad man with ink-stained hands and a face too tired to be cruel. The third examiner was younger, though not young, with a blue marker's cord wrapped twice around his wrist. The silver-haired examiner spoke. "This sitting will determine admission standing and placement recommendation. It does not determine your worth, your future mastery, your house's honor, your temple's wisdom, your family's patience, or the god's opinion of your existence." Candidates who confuse those matters with examination results often perform poorly. No one laughed. The examiner seemed unsurprised. "You will be tested in 3 sections: rune knowledge, spellform work, arcane understanding. Answer what is asked. Do not decorate ignorance. Do not conceal uncertainty. Do not attempt any working beyond instruction. Any candidate who endangers the room will be stopped and recorded." The broad examiner added without looking up, "Stopped first." A few candidates shifted. The silver-haired examiner continued, "Begin." The first section was not a recitation. That relieved Atticus until he saw the tablets. Each candidate received 6 rune pairings and 3 short sequences. The instruction was simple: identify, distinguish, and correct where correction was required. Simple instructions had become one of Caldrith's cruelties. Atticus turned his first tablet. Ver, harn, brand, fire, heat, burn. He nearly smiled. Then he remembered where he was. The question beneath read, "Explain why these 3 may not be used interchangeably in student flamework." He wrote carefully. Ver names fire as a phenomenon within the working. Harn governs heat and may support fire without becoming flame. Brand names consuming burn and must not be placed where the working requires mere light, warmth, or directed flame without appetite. A lamp form using bran in place of ver may seek fuel beyond the intended boundary if the geometry is poor. The next tablet showed lore, care, and thorn, boundary, ward, prohibition. He wrote more slowly. Lore defines where the working may act and where it may not. Care establishes guarded space or defensive standing. Thorn bars, locks, or forbids passage or action. A ward may require boundary, but boundary alone is not a ward. A lock may require boundary, but prohibition is not the same as guarded space. He moved through Tav and Ash, anchor and release. Vorn and Eve, duration and sequence. Nem and Rel, measure and balance. He hesitated there. Measure and balance were related but not the same. Nem governed amount, limit, proportion, count. Rel equalized or counterweighted. A careless student might use balance where measure was needed and make a working answer a relation rather than a limit. The examiner with ink-stained hands passed behind him and paused just long enough for Atticus to become aware of his own breathing. Then the man moved on. Atticus hated him a little. The short sequences came next. The first was clean, cell, lore, nem, tav, vorn, ash, simple light, charm, light, boundary, measure, anchor, duration, release. The second was wrong, pel, vesh, nem, resh, ash, lore, purity, water, measure, direction, release, boundary. Atticus stared at it. A cleansing form with the boundary placed after release. His fingers tightened on the stylus. He wrote, "Boundary too late. The form directs cleansing water before it has declared where the working is allowed to act. It may wash beyond intended surface, carry loosened matter into the wrong area, or spend force where containment should have governed it first." He almost added a line Corvin would have liked. Then he did. A boundary written after release is not restraint, it is testimony. He looked at the sentence. Too much, maybe. He left it. The third sequence was a Kindlewick variant. Ver, lore, nem, resh, tav, ash, correct. Then beneath it, a second version. Bran, lore, nem, resh, tav, ash. Atticus did not need long. Bran is not suitable here. Kindlewick requires controlled fire, small measure, directed anchoring, and clean release. Bran introduces consuming action where the working requires restrained ignition. The result may overburn wick, vessel, or nearby fuel if the caster's boundary or measure falters. He set the stylus down only when told. The second section took place in a smaller room of chalked circles and stone-topped tables. Tutors were still absent. That mattered more now. The candidates stood in a line while the younger examiner called them forward one by one. No one was asked to impress. No one was asked to show hidden talent. The first girl made a light that flickered but held. The guild-sponsored boy performed a cleansing form that stripped ink from a tile, and also removed part of the tile's blue glaze. The examiner made a mark and said nothing. The noble boy in green-trimmed black made his light bright enough to hurt the eyes. The silver-haired examiner asked, "Was the room dark?" The boy flushed, "No, Magistra." "Then why did you attempt to defeat it?" He had no good answer. Atticus remembered not to smile. Then his name was called. Atticus Lucian Vaelisar. He stepped into the working circle. The robe moved with him. Heavy, present, not casting, not helping, only reminding. The task tablet was placed on the stand before him. Perform a simple light charm. Low measure, fixed anchor, short duration. No heat beyond acceptable lamp warmth. End cleanly. Atticus looked at the empty lampstone on the table. He knew the sequence: cell, lore, nem, tav, vorn, ash, light, boundary, measure, anchor, duration, release. His hand rose. For one foolish moment he wanted to make it beautiful. Not bright like the noble boy, not crude, beautiful, clean enough that the examiner would notice. Elegant enough that Corvin would hear of it and pretend not to be pleased. Worthy enough that the robe would feel less like borrowed proof. The first line formed in the air, too graceful. He stopped. The examiner with the blue cord looked up. Atticus let the line collapse before feeding it. A failed beginning without power was only embarrassment, and embarrassment was cheaper than damage. He began again, small, plain, a circle not ornament, lore first, boundary held tight around the lampstone. Cell placed where light belonged, not where pride wanted it. Nem narrowed to a low measure. Tav fixed the working to the stone and nowhere else. Vorn shortened the duration. Ash waited closed until the form had become itself. He fed power. Light appeared. Not gold, not dramatic. A steady pale glow filled the lampstone and touched the table around it. No heat beyond mild warmth, no flare, no reaching. Atticus held it for the required count, then released. The light died cleanly. The room did not change. No one applauded. The younger examiner made a mark. "What did you discard?" Atticus kept his hand still. "My first outer line." "Why?" "It was decorative before it was useful." The examiner made another mark. Atticus stepped back into the line. The third section was held in the narrowest room. No casting circles, no tools, only diagrams. The candidates were seated at separate tables, each with 3 illustrated spell forms drawn in black and red ink. They were not asked to correct all 3. They were asked to choose one, explain the failure, and propose the first safe revision. Atticus almost chose the most complex diagram because it looked more interesting. Then he heard Corvin without needing Corvin present. One has not improved the noun. He chose the simplest. A minor flame form, almost kindlewick, not quite, Ver held correctly. Nem was present, Resh was clean, Tav was stable, Ash was too eager but not fatal. The obvious answer was that lore had been placed late. That was true. It was also not enough. Atticus studied the geometry. The boundary was not merely late. It had been drawn as an outer restraint after the directional channel already owned the flame's path. The form would not simply lack control. It would feel controlled to the caster until release because the visible structure contained the fire after it had already been permitted to move. A worse kind of failure, honest enough to pass a glance, false enough to punish trust, he wrote. The first failure is not the presence or absence of lore. Lore is present. The failure is authority. Resh has been allowed to govern path before lore governs permission. The working teaches the flame where to go before it teaches the flame where it may not go. He paused, then continued. This may appear stable before release because the outer line gives the caster false confidence. Upon ash, the fire follows direction before boundary. First, safe revision. Place lore before resh and bind nim to lore, not merely to the visible flame. Limit measure before direction is given. He read it once, then added. The form is not uncontrolled because it lacks law. It is uncontrolled because law arrives after appetite has been instructed. That sounded like his father. It also sounded true. He set the stylus down. Waiting was worse than testing. One candidate cried quietly after the spellform work section. Another left angry after being told his answer was not wrong enough to be useful or right enough to be trusted. The noble boy in green-trimmed black stared at the floor for so long that his posture finally became human. Atticus sat with the remaining candidates in a side hall beneath a painted ceiling of interlocked circles and measuring rods. No one spoke much. The girl who had whispered rune names under her breath looked at him once. "You are Vaelisar." So the clerk claimed. "My aunt said your house sends hard students." "My house sends expensive ones. Hardness is examined separately." She considered that. Then unexpectedly smiled. "I am Isra Malkin. Atticus Lucian Vaelisar." "I know." That should have annoyed him. It did a little. Before he could answer, the door opened. The silver-haired examiner stood there with a tablet in hand. Candidates will enter when named. The results came individually. That was cruel and sensible, which meant Caldrith had likely been doing it for centuries. Atticus waited through 4 names before his own was called. Inside, the 3 examiners sat behind the table. His answer tablets had been stacked in front of them. The simple light charm diagram lay beside the younger examiner's hand. His flawed flameform answer sat open before the silver-haired magistra. She looked at him for a long moment. "Atticus Lucian Vaelisar." He bowed. "Magistra, you are accepted to first form." The words did not strike like joy. They entered quietly, found the place fear had been sitting, and told it to stand. Atticus drew one breath, only one. The magistrate continued, "Rune knowledge, strong with tendency toward explanatory excess. Spellform work, controlled, self-correcting, not yet graceful. Arcane understanding, above entry expectation." He kept his face still, barely. The ink-stained examiner said, "You saw authority failure in the 3rd diagram." Atticus kept still. Several candidates saw late boundary. Fewer saw that direction had been permitted to become law before boundary existed. "Why did you choose that diagram?" Atticus had an answer ready. It was polished. He disliked it immediately, so he told the truth. "Because I nearly chose the harder one to look clever." The younger examiner's mouth moved once. The silver-haired magistrate did not smile. "And then, I thought the simpler form was more likely to punish arrogance, because I would be tempted to answer too quickly." The ink-stained examiner made a small mark. The magistrate read from the tablet. "Accepted to first form, notation for thaumaturgical attention. Continued supervision recommended in theoretical study, failure analysis, and controlled practical work. No acceleration request approved at this time." No acceleration. That annoyed him before he could stop it. Then he realized it should comfort him. Then he was annoyed that comfort and insult had arrived holding hands. The magistrate saw enough. "Do not be offended by being taught in order, candidate Vaelisar. Caldrith is older than your appetite." Atticus bowed again. "I will be reminded." For the first time that day, the magistrate looked almost satisfied. "Good. Memory is too generous a word for students." That sounded like Corvin. Or perhaps Corvin sounded like Caldrith. That was worse. He was dismissed. Corvin waited in the outer court beneath a carved arch of Selwyn's measure and Orin's witness, standing exactly where Atticus had left him. The old magister did not ask whether he had passed. He looked at Atticus's face and read it with the same irritating economy he brought to bad chalk lines. "Accepted." Atticus handed him the tablet. Corvin read. His face did not change. Atticus watched anyway. Corvin's eyes paused at the notation. "Thaumaturgical attention," he said. Atticus tried not to sound pleased. They noted it. "They have eyes. Do not become sentimental." "I was not." "You were preparing to become unbearable in a quiet way." Atticus looked down at the tablet. No acceleration. "Good." Atticus looked up. "Good." "Excellent even." Acceleration is how institutions flatter dangerous children, while pretending speed is kindness. "I would not have asked for it." "Your mouth would not have, your handwriting might." "That was unfair, not impossible." Corvin handed the tablet back. "You are admitted to begin." Atticus looked across the court. The other candidates had begun to emerge, some pale, some relieved, one furious enough to walk too quickly. Isra Malkin came out holding her tablet against her chest. She did not look triumphant. She looked as if someone had given her a key and described the lock as a future injury. Atticus understood that. Caldrith's walls had not become warmer because they had accepted him. The arches did not bend lower. The old stones did not speak his name. The students passing under the colonnade did not pause to witness the first day of his new life. The robe had not become lighter. If anything, it had gained weight. Corvin started toward the gate. Atticus followed. At the second arch, he stopped and looked back once. For 6 months, Caldrith had been the road ahead. Now it was the ground under his feet. That was different. Corvin did not turn. "Come along, young lord. Your father will wish to pretend not to be relieved." Atticus tucked the acceptance tablet beneath his arm. The red sleeve brushed the gold edge of his cuff. He had thought passing would make the robe feel earned. It did not. Caldrith had only agreed that he was allowed to grow into its weight.
This is the end of Volume 1. Please consider giving a like and a subscribe. And stay tuned for Part 2. This was a Black Mountain Stories production.